Well, while we wait on our last member to arrive down here, I'll just say welcome to this afternoon's Planning Commission meeting. We've got a fairly full agenda that we'll work through as quickly as we can. In case this is your first meeting with us, I'll give you a brief overview of how we run through things. First, we'll have a staff member present the case to us. We'll have an opportunity to ask some questions. We'll invite the applicant up to share any additional details. We will open up a public hearing if that's called for, and the public will have an opportunity to speak to each case. Then the applicant may come back up and answer any questions that were raised during that portion of the meeting, and then we'll make a decision and move on to our next case. We are streaming live on Facebook, so if you want to tune in after you leave, you may do that. And before we get into our first case, we do need to do any conflict of interest, folks. Anything? All good today? All right. Our first case is 1012 Wealthy Street Southeast.
The applicant is requesting approval to sell distilled spirits for off-site consumption in association with an existing market that currently sells excuse me, packaged wine and beer. This is before you today because the sale of alcohol for off-site consumption requires special land use approval in the TN-TBA zone district. The applicant was actually granted the same request on May 9th, 2013, but was unable to commence the use prior to its expiration. That was due to the Michigan Liquor Control Commission's separation distance requirements, which have since been rescinded. And that has now freed the applicant to pursue the use again. The subject property is at the intersection of Diamond and Wealthy at the southeast corner. As you can see, the property falls into two zone districts, the TN-TBA and the TN-LDR. The actual building, however, is fully in the TN-TBA zone district. It's also in the Wealthy Historic District, and any site or building improvements would need historic preservation approval. The building is a former Rite Aid building. It was built in 1986. It's approximately 6,800 square feet. At the time it was constructed, we didn't have the same transparency requirements that we do today, so it's non-conforming relative to the 60% transparency on street-facing facades. They do have a significant amount of transparency at the entrances. The doors are all clear glass. There are a couple of other non-conforming site elements. There's not a permanent bike rack, and there is a pole sign, and we now require a landscape area around any signage, around any pole signs. The lighting is non-conforming. It's a little bit difficult to see here. There are angled heads on the light poles. Relative to the use, the business currently sells wine and beer for off-site consumption, and the store's hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. As you know, since use runs with the land, should the current owner move or sell the business, the approved alcohol uses may be continued at the location by any subsequent user. This is a diagram of the layout, the proposed location of the liquor display would be behind the counter. At the top corner on the left is the entrance and exit, and the counter is visible through that window, meeting our clear viewing window requirement. The request has been reviewed by the Baxter Neighborhood Association, the East Hills Council of Neighbors, and the Wealthy Street Business Alliance, all of which have submitted letters of support that are in your packet. The applicant has also submitted part of a petition from customers who support the request, and I think they probably have the rest of the petition. I think they said they have like 1,000 signatures or something like that. I'll defer to them to give the details on that. The police department has also taken a look at this, and they looked at the police reports for the business, and they found no unusual activity. It's not unexpectedly high crime or anything, and they indicated that they find that the store is generally operated appropriately, significant issues do not generally arise, and the owners are very cooperative should any issue arise. So in conclusion, we're looking at the addition of packaged liquor for off-site consumption. The concerns might be any neighborhood concerns, if any are expressed today, the potential for negative secondary impacts on the neighborhood of additional alcohol sales, and the extent to which non-conforming site and building elements should be brought closer to conformity. Those would be the pole sign, the lack of a landscape area around the sign, building transparency, trash enclosure, and lighting. One last thing I'd like to mention is in 2013, when the application was reviewed by the Planning Commission, the many neighborhood residents did not support the alcohol use unless a significant amount of transparency was added to the front of the building. And I don't have the rendering here, but they really did want it to see it brought into the 60% transparency standard that we have today. That was a condition of the Planning Commission approval. As I mentioned, the applicant was never able to commence the use, and they obviously did not make any facade changes. Today, the neighborhoods are supporting this use without those facade changes. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Elizabeth? All right, thanks. I'll invite the applicant up then. Maybe you can share a little bit more about plans for any site improvements you might be offering to make.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I'm Ken Hogebaum, representing Wealthy Market. I don't have a whole lot to add beyond what Ms. Zeller said, but I would like to start off with one point. I've represented a lot of clients with liquor licenses over the years. This is the first client I can recall that has never had a liquor control violation, or at least one such as sale to minors, and so they have an exemplary record since 2007 as far as selling alcohol. And again, in my experience, that's not just remarkable, that's extraordinary that with all the temptations of youth, that somebody doesn't sell to a minor. Stores can get busy and a minor slips in and buys some booze, but that's never happened with these folks, and again, that's just unbelievable. They have come back because now the half-mile rule is gone. We kind of initiated that process with the Liquor Control Commission. I would like to point out that the neighborhood, you might say, needs the sale of packaged liquor, in the sense that there's really no other alternative nearby for that neighborhood, which, as we all know, is a burgeoning and revitalized neighborhood. The closest store was a half-mile away, less 10 feet, and that's where we originally ran into the half-mile rule. but that's a place called Art of the Table, which is kind of an upscale, fancy place, and in no way do they share any customers with Wealthy Market. And so it would be an utter convenience for the customers of Wealthy Market to have packaged liquor. The selection at Art of the Table is very minimal. They might have slightly more than 100 bottles of liquor in the store. And so this is something that the neighborhood not only backs in terms of the petition you heard about, and I do have those sheets for your examination today, but the neighborhood really needs, because there's not a viable alternative to buy packaged liquor. As you can tell, it's just a matter of common sense that there would be little or no changes to the store. You saw the diagram there. There would be a new counter and new shelving for the sale of packaged liquor. Everybody sells packaged liquor, not on shelves out in the store, but behind the counter for obvious reasons. That would be something that would be changed, but structurally to the store and or the parking lot, there wouldn't be any changes, except for the transparency issue and the lighting issue. And I think there was mention of a dumpster that should be enclosed, and then maybe some shrubs. My clients are perfectly willing to work with whomever they have to. I believe it's a department of the Planning Commission that works with people to get this job done as far as alterations that have to be made. Beyond that, I have nothing more to say. If there's any questions, I'll do my best, or I have two people here from Wealthy Market to answer.
Any questions for the applicant? All right.
Thank you.
I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today on this case, please feel free to come forward and state your name and share your thoughts with us. We may or may not have a timer. No? No timer?
I think Elizabeth's going.
Okay.
I'm Marianne Barrera Young with Baxter Neighborhood Association. One of the main things, too, with that is the police want to be able to see you from the street, and I think they already meet that requirement. And the other thing is they are a good neighbor, have a healthy, they participate in a healthy eating initiative and have fruits and vegetables in the store. They support both neighborhood associations, East Hills, and projects that Baxter undertake. And I've really never had a problem with them. So I just wanted to put that on record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marilyn June Baelish, and I go by June. I just want to bore you for a few minutes of my own personal history. I have lived on Logan Street since 1947, when my parents bought a home there. And then in 1953, when I married, we bought a house on Logan Street, and that was in 53, and we're still there. In the meantime, we had a business on Wealthy Street, and it was I think it was 1957. We were there for 40 years. And we have seen so many changes, good changes, bad changes. And we had holdups, went through quite a few of those, scary. But we stayed, and we stayed until 1994 when we sold the business. So and we also live in the area. We've lived, like I think I previously mentioned that we've been there since 47. So we have seen many, many good things and many, many bad things, and we lived through all of them. And we're just here to say that we can't understand or why these people can't get the takeout license. I think it would be wonderful, easy, because we have a lot of people that do not drive, that walk, do the shopping that way, and I can't see where it would bring down anything in our neighborhood at all. And I'm hoping that you all will see the same thing, perhaps, and give these people a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Out of curiosity, what store did you own? Ma'am, out of curiosity, which store did you own?
Oh, J&M Party Store.
Okay.
And it was a little tiny, narrow store next to Summer Dyke Plumbing. And we were there for 11 years, and then we moved to 606 Wealthy, and that was Union and Wealthy Street, and we were there until 94.
Okay. All right.
When we sold our business.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay.
Hello. That was me, Mom. So, she did a good job, probably better than I will. All I can tell you is that we used to own the business later on is now out of the table. We owned that building. All I can tell you is that for all the years that they've been open, Wealthy Variety, that I felt very good going there, and it's kind of like my second home in a way, because I go there quite a bit. And for those of us who can't get around a lot for various reasons, it's a blessing that they're there so close. So I hope that you'll approve them, and thank you.
Thanks. Would you mind stating your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Steve Baelish.
Thanks, Steve.
And it's
Anyone else on this case?
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Lee. I am a neighbor in the East Hills neighborhood. I have been a patron of the Wealthy Market for many years, and I'm here in support of their application. The Wealthy Market has done an excellent job of outreach to the surrounding neighbors and the businesses. I've been at business district meetings that they've attended. I've been at neighborhood meetings that they've attended. To talk with the neighbors and talk with the businesses and the associations regarding this application. They've been a very good neighbor. This is a type of business that has relationships with the neighbors. They know my kids. They know my family. They're always, very kind. The store is clean. I've felt safe in there by myself, regardless of what time of day it is. I felt safe in the parking lot. I've never had an issue there. I've never seen any large issues there. So I don't think that there's any adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood with them having the ability to sell packaged liquor. Once again, the hours of the neighboring businesses, the closest business that does sell liquor is not readily available to everyone. They have more limited hours, and so the Wealthy Market hours, I think one of the things is it benefits more people because they're able to go there not during specific hours that they might be at work or somewhere else. I'm just excited to see the growth of this business. They're committed to the neighborhood. Anything that you don't see in the store and you ask them about, they work to get it. They're constantly trying to improve their business there, and I appreciate and I'm grateful for their openness for feedback from the community, as well as taking action to make sure that they're a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Anyone else on this case? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, any follow-up questions for the applicant? Did you have something to share?
No.
Okay. Just your smile. Nice. I like it.
I guess could we just confirm the area that we're talking about in this door?
The square footage specifically?
Yeah, it says 30 feet. Is that one shelf or two or three? Or
30 square feet or 30 linear feet, or what is the 30?
Well, the shelf that's shown on the plan is 30 linear feet, and I would have to defer to the applicant relative to how many shelves high.
Can you just explain how many feet of shelving you plan to use for alcohol sales, or liquor sales?
Hi, yes. My name is Amandeep Gotra, and yes, it'll be 30 linear feet, and I believe it's 6 shelves high, and it's all going to be behind the counter, and the counter itself is fairly large. I can't, but it's going to be, you know, and then the backside along the wall behind the counter. So
So I think the counter is
right, yep,
right here.
yes.
So there are windows here. So how will the shelving relate to the windows?
Well, yes, you know, we have signs on those smaller windows. Even right now, you can't see from the small, but the large ones along that side, you can see through. You can see the customers. You can see what's going on inside. But the shelves are going to be that high, and then there'll be signs on those smaller windows because actually there's no other way to. I don't see how we would put shelves. That's like the only place we, you know, it would go because the counter is already there. So
Will your shelving for packaged liquor start at the ground level?
what's that?
Is it down low? Does it start at the ground
Yes.
and move up?
Yes.
And are you sharing that you anticipate the shelves being at or above the current windows as seen in the picture? Or do they stop even with that top window and essentially product would be visible through them? Or will the shelves actually go up and above those windows as we see?
I think I can just maybe walk.
Yeah, sure.
It's not going to cover these windows. None of the shelves will. You can see the customers here. But the counter, I think right here, the shelves is going to start and going down that way.
So for the length of that wall, what percentage overall, what's the total length of the wall from the front door to the back of the building, or of the sales area that you have? What percentage of the wall will be all liquor?
Of this entire wall? Have to look at the dimensions.
It's a 99 foot, so it'll be a third. Just under a third.
Yep.
I think it's 90 something feet.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, about a third. Yep.
We discussed in staff presentation, we heard about the transparency realities that these were sort of, that this building was grandfathered into, and so there was Elizabeth, was it 13%? There was a number that you used in your presentation that I didn't write down.
60% is the requirement.
For what?
For our transparency.
In this zone district, any street-facing facade, it's 60%.
And this does or doesn't, you said that this does meet them, or?
Well, we measure transparency between 2 and 8 feet. So these, you know, this was not designed at all to meet that requirement. The windows are generally higher than would be required to meet transparency requirements. I don't know what the, I haven't measured it, but clearly we can see on this secondary facade, the one facing Diamond, it clearly does not meet it.
And the only reason I bring it up is if we are to approve this request, does product inhibiting the transparency of windows on that diamond-facing facade basically, does that take us in the wrong direction in terms of transparency, and is it to be avoided based on the staff's recommendation?
We can comply with that. We wouldn't go that high. We can just, make sure it doesn't, we can leave it like the way it is. It won't go that high. The shelves won't be that high. We can make that work.
I think the preference would be to be able to see through the window without any kind of signage affixed to it.
That's still your question. Do we get where you wanted to be?
So my understanding is that whatever you're adding for this use, it's not going to reduce the transparency into the building?
No, it will not, no. If that's a concern, then we can comply with that. That's no issue here.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? It seems like they're amenable to some of the site improvements,
Did we
dumpster
get-
enclosure, sign.
Well, did we get clarity on pole sign? And that was one of, there's a list of things given. One was dumpster enclosure.
Like landscaping and the pole sign.
Right, and I didn't hear pole sign in the applicant conversation.
Yeah, I think the other couple other issues that were mentioned, the lighting and I think it was the signage issue. We can comply with that as well. Before obviously, if it's going to be one of the conditions, then of course, sure, there'll be no issue.
Are you using the pole sign currently? Is it?
That one, it's been there a while. I'm not sure how long, but I'm not sure what their city requirements are. If that has to be taken down, or if it, I'm not.
This might be an opportunity for it to be taken down, but the landscaping around it at the minimum would be something that we would like to see.
Okay. Yeah.
The sign on Diamond that functions as a pole sign is out of compliance, and we could, if we wanted to, and I'm not suggesting that we should, but we could ask for it to be removed in this approval. Just to bring clarity to it.
Okay.
Other thoughts? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can take it from here.
Yeah.
So, for example,
Hopefully.
you did that on the one on Bridge.
It was all me, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just,
I'm just
there was a,
I'm thrilled to see the applicant amenable to landscape improvements, dumpster enclosure. This is not my neighborhood, and I've heard a lot of positive, and I've heard no complaints about the pole sign. So I'm not gonna.
I drive by here all the time.
Okay.
And I'm honestly surprised there's a pole sign there. I can't say
never
I've never
noticed.
noticed.
In fact, I don't think it would be missed if it were removed.
Okay.
No, I don't think it would either. But
No.
I also can't say that it.
The building itself is, it's
Right.
It's,
You
It's
can
got
see it.
very clear signage on the
Yeah.
building. So
I've never noticed that sign.
yeah.
So, some of us have seen this before, and it was with a bit more extensive updates. And at that point, they were amenable to a lot of these things. I think this is just an opportunity to continue to move things in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't heard of any potential negative side effects of this, and I think, they've been a good operator, and by tying this to square footage or by the shelf space allowed, we're protecting ourselves for future owners potentially too.
I agree.
Any other thoughts?
I think what I heard Paul say is really important, and I'm not sure how we'll end up talking about it, but I do think that whatever is potentially approved here cannot take away from transparency. Like, however you worded that, much smarter than I, that is something that should be in.
Draft resolution as written states that they're going to meet the transparency requirements, which would require some pretty significant upgrades to the facade. So that could be amended.
What I heard discussed and what I thought, and having not looked ahead to some of those drafts was that we would just prevent any future obstruction, that we would not allow any approval today to take away from the current transparency. Was anyone here at the, considering adding transparency? Effectively, what you're sharing is that we would be asking them to put more windows in?
That is what the draft states.
Yes.
I think that we do have an opportunity for them, and it seems they're amenable to working with planning department staff to see if there are ways that that can be accomplished.
Mhm.
I do understand the interior constraints of a grocery store.
Mhm. They could even expand out front if they wanted to. We would work with HPC on that, but they have room if they wanted to. But yeah, but that's a whole nother thing.
Seems like a whole other thing.
That's a whole
Yeah.
other thing.
Add a story?
But the understanding that they do show on their floor plan cooler locations that are
Right.
in there, and
That's
so
my hesitation with,
Right, like the
Requiring
produce is right underneath those
yeah.
windows
I've
at
been
the
there.
front, so that would be.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you can ask, maybe if the applicant could come up and just explain kind of what, because when you initially looked at the plans with the drawings way back when, you showed open windows that were lower.
We just have a kind of a bit of a different opinion. I know before, back in 2013, we had windows. We presented it all the way across, but it's fairly expensive, and we're already going to have put in more money inside of the store to the shelving and with new refrigeration equipment as well for produce and coolers. But it will not affect the current transparency, though.
The other alternative would be it doesn't have to be the full 60%. You could work to get it closer to compliance. So if there were other opportunities, I don't know, for example, on either side of the door, if it's possible to take one window down so it's closer, so you're getting more transparency inside at the opening of the doorway.
Okay. Sure. If you want more transparency, I guess I'm just saying it's a bit expensive, but
Yeah.
if it's going to be one of the conditions and the city requires, the planning commission requires, then we can.
By the time you start to do that, I mean, to put in one window, you might as well put in 10 windows. It's
Well,
with that much structural change.
Got the header in there. All right.
we started from the position that this was the only place that it could go, and I was just thinking of Russo's out on 29th Street that have alcohol in cabinets. Some of it is locked, some of it's not. That is not adjacent to the wall. So the possibility is that it could be achieved with using shelf space elsewhere if transparency trumps displacement of other food items.
And I don't know that I would be inclined to do that, just because of the importance of having the selection of other food items.
One of the conditions we're considering is that the addition of packaged liquor sales is small enough that it is not going to change the nature of this business. And if we were to pull alcohol sales, these packaged liquor sales, into the store, although, again, if we're really just asking, is transparency more or less important in this case, we'd be displacing products that I think we need to protect, and I think that the neighborhood values based on testimony and letters. So I am in a position, all of my questions are rooted in my willingness to consider approval as long as no transparency goes away. Like, as long as it stays as is or better.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion. Are there other
It
thoughts?
will not go away.
Is that different from .5 as a condition, though? Is what Commissioner Davis is articulating different from the saying that the
Yes.
requirements?
Yeah.
This is lessening that?
No.
Yeah,
Well, yes. So 5 says you have to be in full compliance, so you have to put the 60% transparency in. The suggestion by Mr. Davis is that all existing windows remain. They cannot reduce the existing windows.
I would assume that the addition of packaged liquor is going to increase profits, and some of that could go into help meeting this requirements being met. I would like to see .5 stay in place.
How do others feel about that?
I'm all for moving closer to compliancy. I don't want to. I don't want to put in like an undue. I just don't know what the costs are, and I hate putting.
Yeah, it's hard for us to
for-
really consider those.
But I would really like to move closer to fuller transparency. I mean, with the use overall, I don't have as much of a problem with adding liquor to a place that's already selling beer and wine. Because I feel like it's going to be behind the counter. It's generally more expensive. I think if you're going to have any neighborhood effects, it's probably going to be more from the beer and wine than the liquor. I could be wrong on that, but I don't generally have a problem with the use. I would like to get the site more into compliance.
I generally feel the same way, but I also don't want to put an undue burden. I think that landscaping and the sign and lighting, I think those are all potentially more important to me than having them bust down a wall of this building. But, yeah.
I'm leaning that
closer
way
would be better.
too. Yeah.
I'm all for moving toward compliance, and if I had to prioritize the things I'd like to see come into compliance, it would be dumpster enclosure, landscaping, lighting, all of which affect the neighborhood at large, then potentially the pole sign. And again, I'm not against adding transparency, but I'm not in a position where I would necessarily require it, so long as the current transparency stayed. But if there is opposition to that, I'm willing
I
to.
could go for that if the pole sign went.
Oh, okay.
We are wheeling and dealing.
I guess so.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Otherwise, if someone wants to make a motion, we can duke it out at that point.
So I just want to clarify. So you're keeping the windows as is, but
Well-
removing the pool sign? No?
A motion hasn't been made yet, so I don't know what motion is
not
going to be
making a
made.
Okay, so another clarification I have is the number 4. We talk about how we don't block windows and other surfaces with film. They do have. We talk about bars and security devices. They do have roll shutters that roll up into there. So I wanted to make sure if you're okay with that gets removed from the condition, or if you would like that removed. So just clarification.
The road shutters are those European things that come down at night.
Yes.
As part of your 2013 approval, you had suggested you would remove those, right?
I think back then that was one of the suggestions from I think one of the neighborhood. So I mean, we wanted their support. So I mean, I'm not sure what the planning commission thinks about this, and so yeah. And then nobody mentioned about the shutters this time. And actually, it provides security, from robbery, and the shutters are only going to go down from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. We open at 8 a.m. every day, Monday through Sunday. So, yeah.
Is it, Suzanne, I have a question about transparency with regard to the blockage. We have no more than 25% shall be covered by, right? Because they mentioned there's some exterior signage right now, potentially promotions or other that are on windows. If we're not going to require, if the Planning Commission decides to not require more transparency in terms of additional windows, could we meet somewhere in the middle by eliminating or by requiring the remove, right, exactly, where windows are no longer used or covered by said signs or things of that nature?
So I'm going to defer to Tom, because signs are allowed, but we're saying in this case we wouldn't allow window signs.
I think you want to specify, if you can, the amount of transparency you want to see, and as long as they maintain that, then they're in compliance. That kind of takes the sign part out of it, but
Sure. We have not been provided yet the percentage of transparency that currently exists that I'm aware of.
yeah, what do we know what that is?
No, Elizabeth said she didn't know what the percent transparency is right now.
No, I mean, my intent in writing this was, I see number 5, it does look like I was intending to have an upgrade, you know, to meet the 60%. What I really meant was that they have clear glass and no reflective or mirror glass. And then the number 4, I was trying to say that any existing glass shall not be obstructed, but you have signage of up to 25%. Signage or interior bars or whatever, but no more than 25% of the existing windows. That's what my intent was here.
No motion.
Okay.
For it be resolved, the Planning Commission approves the special land use request of Pardash Inc. LLC for approval to sell packaged liquor for off-site consumption in association with an existing retail store selling packaged beer and wine located at 1012 Wealthy Street Southeast. For the following reasons, that the proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will continue a commercial use in a commercial zone district, and it will support the vitality of the business district by expanding the range of uses and products available. Proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and natural environment, because the proposed use will support the desired future character of the neighborhood as a commercial corridor, and because the business is in operation at the current location and sells packaged wine and beer without incident, has sold that without incident. Proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter, because the addition of the proposed use is not anticipated to increase noise or traffic, and because the parking lot will be appropriately screened. Proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because no physical changes are proposed to the structures on the site. Proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city, because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require code enforcement actions, and because the applicant has provided an operations management plan which is intended to address any negative secondary impacts resulting from the alcohol sales. That was submitted the last time. That was submitted because they had beer and wine.
Mm-hmm.
The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood, because the addition of packaged liquor will not materially change the operation of the store and will result in improvements to the exterior of the site. And because the store is also a fully stocked grocery store, and because the affected business and neighborhood associations do not object to the proposed use. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will not have any or minimal negative secondary effects on the neighborhood. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project: that the application and submitted plans signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans except as amended in this resolution. The use shall operate according to the application and per testimony. The area of liquor display shall be consistent with the submitted floor plan, being wall shelving no greater than 30 feet in length located behind the service counter, and specifically not blocking any windows.
Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Number 4. So number 4, that the Requirements of section 5.2.14 shall be met relative to transparency and clear glass, and no reflective mirrored glass or window treatment nor spandrel glass shall be used, and that rolled shutters may continue to be used only between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m., 7 days a week. That shades, blinds, curtains, or other window treatments shall allow visibility into the establishment from the outside during business hours, but may be used to temporarily filter or block direct sunlight during hours of operation. That nothing shall be done to reduce existing window openings or transparency. That the pole sign shall be removed. That an enclosure to house the commercial waste bin shall be constructed in accordance with the requirements of section 5.2.13 of the zoning ordinance. That a trash receptacle shall be provided within 5 feet of the exterior of the main customer entrance for the convenience of patrons of the store. That permanent bicycle parking consistent with section 5.10.10 be installed. That building and parking lot lighting be brought into compliance with the requirements of section 5.2.19 of the zoning ordinance. That a functioning video surveillance system capable of recording and retrieving a digital image to assist in offender identification apprehension is required. Cameras associated with the system shall be positioned to capture images of alcohol display areas, the cash register, customer entrance door, and all exterior sides of the building. That any site and building improvements are subject to Historic Preservation Commission approval per section 5.2.4 of the zoning ordinance. That the use shall not commence until a LEDS permit has been issued. A crime deterrence and safety training prevention plan shall be prepared and submitted for approval by the city. An alcohol sales operation and training plan covering laws regarding alcohol sales, identification, verification, and techniques relative to declining sales, conflict de-escalation, and addressing behavior associated with intoxication shall be prepared and submitted for approval by the city. The proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and state laws, and that this approval shall take effect on November 24, 2018.
Right, we have a motion and support. Discussion. The way it was read, you're asking them to come into compliance with the transparency requirements.
No, only for the clarity of
That
glass,
With
not
red
reflective.
number, the new number 4. Okay.
No.
But it's only relative to clear glass, not to transparency.
Whatever glass is there needs to be clear, but no new glass is being requested.
Okay. All right.
Do we want to address anything regarding any landscaping?
There was. You talked about the sign, the dumpster enclosure, lighting. What were the landscape, the buffers? It looks like there is a
Well,
greenway.
there was that area around the, I don't know if we want to do anything with that sign area where the sign's being removed. If does it become parking spaces then, or do we? I don't know, if there's landscape requirements that would be needed to bring the parking lot closer into compliance.
That would be shielding along Diamond.
Okay. There's some landscaping, but the bushes are kind of mismatched, so we could work with the applicant to clean that up a little bit more. You could have, so you've got that corner right there, and then it's curbed.
Yeah,
So
well,
there's
that's where the pole
asphalt
sign
that's
is.
used, but
Yeah,
it's not used for parking.
right, because, that's where the
Is
pole
right?
sign is.
You have a curbed area, but there's no landscaping, but it's just asphalt.
Yeah. In the original approval here, we had said that we'd add landscaping to the pole sign area, but when we just say get rid of the pole sign, we'd also deleted the landscaping.
So you'd like to see the landscape area added in lieu of the pole sign? Or replacing the pole sign with landscape area? Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Yeah, or if they want to get additional parking in there, I'm fine with that too. I don't know what would be available now if the pole sign's gone. You know what I mean? They want to add a parking. I would just want to bring the parking lot closer to compliance, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd work with city staff on that.
Would you like to add that to the motion?
Does that
Yeah.
make sense, Suzanne?
Yeah,
or-
yeah,
I'll amend it to
we
say
can
the
look to make sure. it
existing
complies.
pole sign be removed and landscape being provided instead. Landscaping being provided instead.
Okay.
And then LEDs will
Yeah.
Mhm.
you can do that.
All right, motion support. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. No, Laurel. The next case on the agenda is 754 Leonard Street Northwest.
In the interest of time, given that the next two items are very similar by the same applicant, would you like me to present them together?
I'm okay with that. We'll probably have
They
to.
both, we've already hit the notice time for both.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. So the next two items are very similar requests by the same applicant. The first at 754 Leonard Northwest and the second at 1215 Fuller Northwest. Both of these requests are to put an ATM-only sort of ATM vestibule use into a what could otherwise be a retail storefront space in a TNTBA, Traditional Neighborhood, Traditional Business Area Zone District. The director made a determination in both cases that this use is more like a ground floor office use than a retail use, and therefore that this would require special land use approval in this zone district. So the first request at 754 Leonard Northwest is on the southeast corner of Leonard and Alpine, zone TNTBA, as is the zoning to the east, west, and north. To the south, directly behind the building, is TNLDR, low-density residential. This is a space of about 1,200 square feet within the ground floor of a new building, a new 4-story mixed-use building that's under construction. This would be the corner space, sort of at the corner fronting Alpine and Leonard. The space itself, the overall space, is about 1,100, 1,200 square feet. The applicant would seek to construct a wall within and basically create a vestibule of about 500 square feet with 2 ATMs on the wall, a little check rating station against Alpine, and the entrance to the lobby would be from Leonard to the north. This is the Bank of America branch. There are 2 spaces, both relatively shallow retail spaces along the Leonard Street frontage of the building. Here we see renderings of what the building would look like. And then just briefly, the street view shows, you can see this is the building under construction about a month ago, I believe, and the space proposed for this ATM lobby would be right here at the corner. I have this excerpt from the west side area specific plan showing the future land use map. The location is circled, and it's shown within a traditional business area, but specifically within Transition Gateway. Transition Gateway actually isn't described within the plan. However, the traditional business area discusses, a higher density located at specific corners of primary intersections, such as this one, that encourages specifically first floor retail use and having office and service uses be permitted by special use only. So it certainly doesn't say it's not allowed, but requires that special use. So based on the excerpts from the West Side Area Specific Plan, we're not sure that this request would really be supported by the plan. However, the West Leonard Business Association did submit a letter of support, so we certainly have that sort of neighborhood association or neighborhood support for this request. We haven't received any other correspondence. So any questions real quick on 754 Leonard before I move on to 1215 Fuller? A very similar request at 1215 Fuller. This is just north of Leonard Street on Fuller Avenue in the northeast side. Across the street, across from Fuller, from Leonard Fuller Plaza. To the south and east, you have TBA zoning. To the west is low-density residential, as well as to the north. This is a 5-stall, single-story retail building, or commercial building with parking surrounding it on the northwest and south. The building itself is just under 7,000 square feet. It has 5 storefront spaces. This proposed space is just under 1,200 square feet, and a similar kind of treatment proposed where there would be a wall constructed near the front. This would be a little bit smaller of a vestibule, about 200 square feet, accessed only from Fuller Avenue. There'd be no access through the building for customers, with the 2 ATMs serving that space. And so the access would be from Fuller. Street view shows the possible sign, or I guess this rendering would show the signage. You can see the front of the building between the Big B and the vape shop, where this would be requested as a use. So Again, the only thing about the site is that you have parking surrounding the site on sort of the rear and the sides, and then the primary access to this space would be from Fuller, from the sidewalk. Let's see here. Both spaces are proposed to be 24-hour uses, which would normally be a special land use, but actually that special land use requirement is exempted for ATMs because they're typically a 24-hour use. So, any questions for me about either request?
So there would be no rear entry?
That's correct. The entry for this use on Fuller would be only from the Fuller side, the sidewalk to the east.
Any other questions for Landon?
Landon, at the Leonard and Alpine one, is there parking on the street in front of?
I believe so. It's not currently there, so it's a little ways away from the corner. But I believe that there is parking on Leonard. I don't believe there's parking on Alpine. There is adequate parking on site for the development, so there's no real parking need that's brought about by this ATM use.
Other questions for Landon? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll invite the applicant up then in case there's anything additional you'd like to share. Getting your winter beard on, I like that.
Yeah, you should do a little men in gray or something like that. My name is Brad Roseley with Third Coast Development. I can only speak for the first portion, not the second portion. That we're excited about having them there. We did have a meeting with the Neighborhood Association too, and they were supposed to send a letter of support that Annette, I thought she had forwarded it on to you. She did not? Okay. So I can assure you we do have a support letter from the neighborhood also. And they actually had a few comments in regards to that I'll share, that they were excited about having it. They wanted a Grand Coney there, but I just don't have enough space for a Grand Coney to go there. But that it is a 24-hour, and there is, it's a fairly working area, blue collar, that people will be able to go in there and use that off hours. That a lot of banks, you just don't have that. Andrew is here representing Bank of America. He can talk on the next one, but if you have any questions specifically about the Bank of America, Andrew is here. The other one to look at down across the street from the convention center, they've already put one in there that's going to be a mirror image of this. Now, I believe in this particular one, there is a boardroom in there that you can actually sit down and click on the mouse, and then there's somebody that pops up on the TV. Just kind of show you the way banking's going nowadays. So there are parking spaces right out in front that we're creating today. So there's already a few to the right of us or to the east, but we're adding a couple additional ones.
The pop-up banker will be available 24 hours a day?
I believe, no, it will not. So what is the okay. All right, well, I was confused. That's my fault then. We'll add that. For the next
Well,
one.
then.
I'm so excited to go in there and just talk to them.
Okay. So,
It would have been
Anything
like
else?
a person had there been.
right, yeah.
Maybe someday.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions for Brad?
I'm just curious about, and I know you guys have done a lot of work in engagement. Do you have more than one retail space available along Leonard?
Yes.
And the proposed location for this is the direct corner of Alpine and Leonard. And I was just curious how it ended up to be that as opposed to in the center or on the east side of the building, if there was a reason for that, or if you felt like that was the safest or best location.
I'll be completely honest. Bank of America, they're a pretty fairly credited company. Sign a long-term lease, and it's a pretty high-profile corner, and they're a pretty high-profile. That there'll be other people that want to be next to them, as that use. They're as honest as I can be.
Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Leo. I'm with Nelson, the architect for the bank for both of these projects. Thank you, Brad, for the words on Leonard and Alpine project. Both of them are going to be very similar, ATM, vestibule type of. It is going to be a 24-hour space, but there will be a secured key card access from the front. So a customer would need a debit card to get in 24 hours. There will also be exterior lighting upgrades needed for ATM compliance. So they're going to add exterior lights or relight lamps as needed to meet that type of safety requirement whenever you're installing ATM. Then once you get into the space, there will be 2 ATMs for use and a check writing desk. And then the ATMs would just be the only need the customer will have in there. Average transaction times are 3 to 5 minutes for an ATM. You're kind of in and out. Both sites do have parking on site, either on the street or in the parking lot. As far as the 1215 Fuller site, there is a back door. Both sites have a back door, but that back door is only used for egress only, and there's no way a customer would be able to get to that backspace. That's more for maintenance, and that's where the electrical panel is located, and ATM maintenance will kind of use that as an entrance exit.
In other places where you've installed these, what's your foot traffic on a daily basis?
I don't know the numbers for how much patrons use the site, but usually they'll time it so these sites have 2 ATMs each, so they'll do the math to see if 2 ATMs are sufficient or if 3 are needed or 1's enough. So 2 is pretty typical for this size of space.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to do 2 separate public hearings since this is 2 cases. We'll start with the 754 Leonard Street Northwest address. If you're here today, I'll open the public hearing and feel free to come forward and share any thoughts with us. I'll close the public hearing for Leonard Street and then open up the public hearing for Fuller.
So my name is Melissa Burney. I live at 1303 Fuller Avenue Northeast. I have a little bit of a concern about an ATM going in there. One, although there is parking and everything there, it is a very, very busy intersection. There's already a lot of traffic there. There's already a lot of accidents there. If you try to get into the Big B or the other businesses that are along there, the parking there already is not sufficient. You can pull in there at almost any time of the day, and there is no available parking in there. I also wonder what it's going to do to the street traffic and the foot traffic in the area. The neighborhood has had some problems with attracting less than favorable clientele, so that is a concern, but traffic is more of the concern.
Okay.
So just making sure that that is taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else on this case? All right, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, any thoughts, follow-up questions?
It is an interesting use, and my best, most familiar example of this is at Fuller and Wealthy. There's a branch bank there, and there's an ATM machine on the outside right at the corner. And very often you get people even just stopping on the road and jump out, and this happens often enough that I notice it, and they're in the right turn lane, and they get out, they put their flashers on, and they get out and use the ATM machine. So there's a different kind of use, and I think the public has a certain entitlement to the use that comes along with it. So I'm not saying I don't think it's these are.
Is there
these aren't appropriate.
Is there on-street parking right there? That's pretty close to the intersection, right?
There is, but it ends, but people just.
Well, it's really a right turn lane right
at
there.
that point.
At that point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Like around
There's
the
not
corner,
legal
there's a
on-street parking there.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there is other parking spaces behind and nearby, but there's liberties that are taken, I think, because it's an ATM.
Yeah. Because its use is limited to 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my question, actually, about the Leonard and Alpine spot, because there is no parking on Alpine. It is a right-hand turn right there, and so I thought, if it's on the corner, I actually was thinking of that exact location. Like, are people likely to just throw a blinker or a flasher on and jump in and out at a pretty busy intersection? But I appreciate you bringing that up. It is a concern of mine, and I don't know if it would have been mitigated or not if it were down 40 feet, but I was curious about why that corner was chosen because of that proximity.
The door is
Because it's easy in and easy out. Brad did say you're adding parking onto Leonard.
Yes, right outside the door. The door is actually on.
Can you come to the microphone so it's easy for Carol to record?
There will be 2 additional parking spots that's right in front of the property. So the second, if you look at the second box there right behind the pole, that's where the front door is. You can kind of see it because the foundation's cut out there. So from there over, there'll be 2 additional brand-new parking spots that we're creating by putting that bump out in.
Are they going to be metered spaces or loading zones?
They're not going to be loading zones. It's up to the city whether or not they're pay or not.
There's nothing metered around there.
There's nothing, right.
Well, but they're metering they've been metering a lot of the districts. So you
Not
Not in Leonard yet.
Oh, you wait.
That's not this district.
So if it's a loading zone, somebody can stop at a loading zone for 20 minutes. So that's why I'm asking if you wanted to view it as a loading zone, if it was available and had quick turnover.
That's scary to people. It'll get used less if it's a loading zone.
I mean, the thing about
concern is about
Alpine,
people
you
stopping
can
in the
park there,
road.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've never
The
used it,
flashers
so
on your
it
good
makes
for
me
now.
nervous.
well, I think the interesting comment about that particular location, because you have parking all the way down the street, and then they just kind of pull in that last spot. I know right where you're talking about, too. On Alpine, there isn't any parking on our whole property. So you're in a lane of traffic. You're not like, oh, somebody doesn't know I'm in the last parking spot.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
The bump
And I
out
think
helps.
it's also a little different in that you have to go into the building with this one.
Yeah.
You know, the one right on
There will be a door that
Wealthy
closes.
is,
Yeah.
At the
it's just on the street.
Thanks, Brad.
But it is interesting because it's a unique use, you know? I think, the Landon sort of was equating it to a ground floor office, and I think that this may actually have more activity than the ground floor,
Yeah. Okay.
I want to just speak, because public hearing is closed, but to Brad's point, the executive director of West Grand Neighbor is here in support of this application.
Seen it.
Thumbs
Okay.
up are indicated.
Thanks, Annette. All right, any other thoughts? Otherwise, we'll take these individually, but we can make one motion and then reference back
Do you-
to the findings of fact.
Do you actually want to open the public hearing back up again?
I don't
Is-
think it's
is it-
necessary.
you don't need
unless
any more
Annette's
information?
Thumbs up isn't sufficient. I saw it.
Okay.
I don't
I mean,
think-
she's not giving any reasoning. She's just saying generally in support. But
I don't know that it would, at this point, I don't think it'll change.
So for clarification, Mr. Chair, you want to hear the Leonard one first, and I know there was traffic concerns and parking concerns related to the Fuller one. Do you want to discuss that before
I
a
think we
motion?
could.
Take them separately first?
I think let's handle motion for the first one, and then we can discuss that before a motion is made for the second.
Could we just reflect on the West Side plan and how this does or doesn't relate to that?
Yeah. I think I would have a lot greater concern if this were taking up the whole storefront in the building. It's the smallest tenant in this building. And I also know that ground floor retail right now is pretty widely available on the west side, and so having some tenants to get things kicked off I don't think is a terrible thing. And it's it's something people need. I go to the bank kitty corner from there twice a week, so
Getting cash
we're
in
a block
hand.
away. Yeah.
Cash in hand in a business district that's still growing is a good thing, especially with new neighbors coming into that location in terms of residents.
It is an amenity that we use. Other thoughts? Someone willing to make a motion then for Leonard Street? Maybe?
Now therefore be it resolved that the planning commission approves of the special land use of Jones Lang LaSalle and Catherine Zaldasek for ground floor ATM only use in the retail storefront at 754 Leonard Street for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will introduce a mix of uses in a mixed-use zone district, contribute to the mixed-use character of the neighborhood business district. Proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and natural environment, because the proposed use will support the desired future character of the neighborhood by offering use that will complement other nearby uses. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, and disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the building is existing and the approved site layout is not proposed to change. Be it further resolved that the following conditions for approval shall apply to the project: that the application submitted, plans and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the appropriate plans except as amended by this resolution. 2, that the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony. 3, that the requirements of section 5.2.14 shall be met relative to transparency and clear glass, and no reflective mirror glass or spandrel glass shall be used. 4, that no window covering or screening shall cover more than 25% of the window or door that are used to meet the transparency requirement per the requirement sections of section 5.6.08H.5. That any signs, lighting, or exterior site improvements are subject to applicable regulations and required permits. That the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and police and policies and state laws. That this approval will take effect on November 24th, 2018.
Support. All right, we have motion and support. Any final discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Fuller, concern about traffic. Any feedback on that? I hear it. All of these seem like pretty well-trafficked businesses. My hope is that this wouldn't contribute a lot more, and if anything, you might have some cross-use between patrons of the other businesses in this.
Well, that bay is still going to exist.
Right.
And so if something else goes in there,
This probably has less foot traffic than another fast food joint or
with only two
Or it would be
ATMs in there.
shorter amount of time. People are in those spots for a shorter amount of time than they are if they go hang out at the coffee shop for a while.
Right. I frequently use that coffee shop as a meeting, as my office on the northeast side, and I've never had a parking problem. I'm surprised that there's my uses have not been that frequent.
Sure.
But
I do know, I mean, traffic-wise on the street, I think it's a
it's
pretty
busy,
busy
but I should
intersection.
always find a parking space.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Other
just want to
thoughts?
speak into that. I don't think that in this particular location that we're considering at Leonard and Fuller, that this ATM is a destination, right? So to
It
sort
shouldn't
of,
add to the traffic at the intersection.
I would agree. I think it's my assumption here, but I think per testimony also is that there is foot traffic, and therefore this is a great opportunity in a small retail location to give an amenity to current customers and patrons of nearby business.
I'm trying to think of if there's another bank nearby. I don't think there used to be one.
There's one in the-
that one.
There's
There's a Fifth
Yeah,
Third,
there's
I
a Fifth
guess.
Third, and that's out in the middle of the parking lot. Right?
Yeah.
There's a bus stop almost right in front of, it's a little bit
Mhm.
further down, but there's a bus stop very nearby this location.
Any additional concerns about that? I'm not sure it'll add to the traffic on the street.
It's notable that the city just upgraded that intersection, I think, as well, and made it more pedestrian friendly. So if there are people who are at the shopping complex and want to walk across, that is safer now.
Yeah. Okay. Does someone want to make a motion, and then we can probably reference back to the.
I was just going to say, I think this is similar to the Leonard one in that there's no parking on the street there, so people aren't going to be putting flashers on and jumping out to use it. I would assume. So.
I think that the traffic there is a little bit more intimidating from jumping out of the car on the street than you would be on.
Certainly.
Yeah. I can make a motion. Now therefore be resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use request of Jones, Lang, LaSalle, Catherine Slazelsyk for a ground floor ATM only use in a retail storefront at 1215 Fuller Avenue Northeast for the following reasons. Do you have to reread all this, or
If you think it's applicable, just reference back. If there's
Okay.
anything else you want to add
Yeah, and just let me
or subtract, then just make that specific, explicit.
They're very similar in environment. And
Yeah. Just trying to think if there's. I think the only standard 3D in stating that the building is existing and the approved site layout is not proposed to change. The other one, they're still building that project. But other than that, I would copy everything from Commissioner Brame's proposal or resolution
For 754
Leonard.
Okay, do we have support for the motion?
Support.
All right, any final discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Let's take a 6-minute break before our next case. It used to be 3, and that was never long enough.
So you just decided 6.
Oh, you doubled it.
Yeah, well.
No one washed their hands.
Yes. This is all an effort to make everyone healthy, okay?
Medical marijuana. Could be some discussion, so there's a food plate there.
Wait,
What
did you
chocolate?
just connect?
Snacks.
With edibles. That's right.
Oh, I thought that's.
Well, I was thinking that it's interesting.
That's exactly what I thought.
Probably using
We
the.
try to get
Water?
Copy.
The next case, 2837 Eastern Ave Southeast. And Elizabeth will remind us of this case.
As you may recall, this application was originally considered by the Planning Commission on October 11th. The Planning Commission held a public hearing and considered the application, and then tabled the matter to today for additional information. Specifically addressing the requirements pertaining to outdoor display and the location of that, tree removal, and tree identification, and clarifying the use and site plan in greater detail. The applicant did revise their plan and submitted a phasing plan, which I'll go over in just a moment, but I will just briefly remind you of what exactly is under consideration. The applicant is requesting special land use approval to operate a landscape and tree service, 24 operation for snowplow and storm service, outdoor display and storage associated with retail landscape supplies and equipment sales, and seasonal storage of outdoor vehicles, boats, and RVs. Here are a few photos from Google Street View, and the applicant has also submitted a number of additional photos for your review. They're in your packet and in the presentation, and if the applicant needs to refer to them, they are available. This is a survey of the site, and this is the original site plan that was submitted. The applicant has submitted a phasing plan of 3 phases of development. I'll briefly go over the plan, and then if you have questions, I'll defer to the applicant. Phase 1, the plan shows the installation of a new fence and gate. I am not aware of the height or the nature of the fence. They will remove the non-conforming chain link fence toward the front of the property. The plan says post sign, and I do believe that it is intended to indicate that they'll be keeping the existing sign. That was based on testimony at the last hearing. They plan to remove vegetation at the front, general maintenance, and prune trees where the property is adjacent to other properties on Eastern. They propose to clear cut the rear of the property and on the side of the main building, and repair the asphalt in the parking lot and install 5-foot pines at the front of the property. Phase 2, they'll be paving the rear of the property as well as areas that, for driveway access. They'll be placing a trash enclosure and be doing interior repairs. Phase 3 will include the installation of storage bins at the rear of the property. They do detail height of storage piles. They'll be paving parking space or striping parking spaces. It's not indicated on the plan, but I would assume that's for recreational vehicle storage, rental space, and also further landscaping at the front of the property. This page that I'm showing is also in your packet. It's the narrative that the phasing plan narrative that goes with the graphic depiction of the plan. Some of the questions that I had was it was still unclear to me some of the details associated with the outdoor storage and what uses might, or rather the seasonal sales and outdoor sales area that's indicated on Phase 1. The Phase 1 indicates it will be grass and gravel, and I see no further improvements indicated or other locational specifications on the plan. In addition, I think some of the when the uses might commence was still a little bit unclear to me. For example, I think this in Phase 2, it says interior repairs, so I'm assuming that means that that's when they'll be occupying the building for office use and opening the retail store, but that wasn't made clear in the phasing plan. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you might have for me or turn it over to the applicant.
Elizabeth, can you go to the aerial? What creek, is that a creek?
That's Plaster Creek.
Which is an impaired waterway?
I cannot speak to that. I can check on that. But
Which is a what?
Impaired waterway?
So, I did speak prior to the previous public hearing, I did speak with Dan Tabor, the stormwater project engineer, relative to some of the outdoor storage and vehicle storage activities. He, did indicate that any vehicular traffic should be on a paved surface with curbing to contain stormwater runoff, and water quality and stormwater detention facilities would need to be installed as required.
Is there Plaster Creek Trail? Is that nearby, and where is that located at?
I think that is, I think it does run through here.
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the other aerial might show it. Well, this more clearly shows Plaster Creek.
So where's the trails on the north side or the south side of the? It's on the north side.
I am not certain. I can check an aerial and let you know.
I have two questions. In phase one, we're seeing proposed clear cutting, and have we looked at tree removal and whether or not, the 6-foot pines that are proposed for installation here, there are 3 along Eastern Avenue. Do we know if that's going to be adequate based on the removal of tree canopy?
I believe I clearly articulated in writing to the applicant the requirements for this submittal, that, expectations relative to plan preparation, and I reiterated the contents of the minutes and what would generally be expected, and the applicant declined to provide any more detail than what was provided here. So I know I don't want to put words in the applicant's mouth, so I would defer to the applicant to talk about that.
And then in phase 3, given the grade and then at this point the cleared lot and paving, the 12-foot and 10-foot storage bins for stone, dirt, and mulch, are there concerns with that given their proximity to lot line from a staff perspective? Proposing them 5 feet from the lot line, what looks like potentially on the north side of the lot at up to 12 feet, having cleared and paved, is that something for us to consider or not?
I initially felt that this location was adequate, but I'm going to check on that now that you bring that up. I'm questioning myself now, so I'll confirm that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Elizabeth? All right. Thanks, Elizabeth. I'll invite the applicants up then to share some additional details with us.
Good afternoon. That you had just mentioned on the north side, that is, however, the west side of the property. As for that, along that west side, there is a bit of a berm going, there's a bit of a ditch between the fence and the usable part. So that 5 foot was an initial guesstimate. We were able to get into the property again beforehand because we don't have possession of it yet. It's determining on the approval of the special use permit. So it would end up being closer to about 10 feet from the lot line, and the bins themselves, which the bins would not be for public use one bit. They would be for our use, to use a loader to move the materials and whatnot. The public would not have access into those bins whatsoever. But either way, they would be probably about 10 feet, more than 5, and we would dig into the berm that's there in order to place the blocks for those.
So my assumption is the berm that's there is probably because it's a flood.
There, on the very north side, there is a retention pond.
Overflow retention spot over there.
Right. The berm itself It appears that they just, when they bulldozed through the area when it was originally a industrial site, kind of pushed dirt there.
The creek is actually, Plaster Creek is actually about 15 feet below where those berms are. It's actually a hill that goes down to the creek from the back of the property.
The berm at this point really only serves as protection for the fence itself. Even if we were to completely clear those away, which is not the plan, it would have virtually no effect on the layout.
So if the public isn't going to have access to the materials in these bins, are you planning to put, and you talked before about having like mulch and stuff available for purchase, is that happening in the seasonal landscaping outdoor retail area?
So what that is generally when someone comes in to buy it, rather than them going initially up to the pile, they come into the office to purchase what they need. There are small samples of what we're offering there. From there, they order how much they need, and we will at that point go out to load them, rather than them having access to the bins themselves.
Okay. So in the proposed seasonal and landscaping outdoor retail area, is that you had mentioned in your last, when you came here last, something like Christmas trees. What other kinds of activity is happening or planned in that area?
Not much. As of right now, we don't have, aside from Christmas trees, which we'd like to use the parking lot itself, but with parking restrictions, we are leaning more towards using that gravel area, which no vehicles would be driving through. It would be foot traffic, and it is pretty level. I walked it myself about, I don't recall now, I guess probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. So any of that would be done in that area.
Do you also do snow plowing? Where would salt be in those?
No. We, at this point in time, we don't foresee doing salt. We don't now. Personally, don't really care for it. It's a lot more headaches.
Do you have a timeline for your 3 phases when you plan to?
Unfortunately, it's not specific because each one kind of depends on the one before it. The first phase would be the general maintenance. We'd get in, we'd remove the fence along the that north little alcove and the east side along Eastern, and we would move that back to the property or the building line, which the fence would match the same height as the rest of the fence. I believe it's 8 foot, 6, 7 foot, and then would be maintaining the property itself, cutting down either hazard trees or ones that are in the building, and then what's below 6 inches at chest height, as was outlined before, and that would be done immediately, rather over the winter, because that's essentially all we can really accomplish during the winter then is that kind of work. Whereas next year our plan is to pave it once it warms up and we can begin paving again. As for the retail itself, it is not it's not going to be an immediate thing. The retail may end up being a couple years down the road. We have colleagues in the area who also sell the same landscape material. We need to discuss it with them. We don't want to step on their toes and create unnecessary competition for them. But the storage of seasonal equipment, or rather vehicles, the RVs and whatnot, would be done once the paving is done. So that would be next winter time frame. But the general maintenance of the lot is first, and that would be done throughout this winter. And then the paving would be next spring, and once that's done, then we can move forward with that. And within phase 2, which is with the paving, is when we plan on fixing up and doing the necessary changes to the surviving structures.
Fence was mentioned.
Yes, There's currently a fence that encloses the entire property. It runs the entire property line. The red section on the bottom of the paper there, that's the eastern side, the eastern side of the lot. Where it goes, thank you. So this here is the eastern side. We would be removing this fence, as well as half of this one, to right here. I apologize for the shaking. There are businesses that run right along here, and we would remove the fence line up to the edge of the building, of their buildings there. And then this here it's just overgrowth at this point. It's very unsightly. Scrub trees, tall grasses. Nothing real major on that, without getting too off topic, we had spoke last time about some community outreach, which I was able to accomplish. I spoke to Corey, I unfortunately forget his last name, who owns Daddy Pete's Barbecue, a recent restaurant that they sell barbecue, obviously. They're located right in here. They support our motion to move in. They like that there would be increased foot traffic for them, as well as the ability to provide necessary services for them, being either snow plowing or if you see these are some rather large cottonwood trees that have they're growing over that building, and they actually caused a service interruption earlier this year where the cotton clogged up their vents and stuff. So between the ability to help them with the trees, the snow plowing, and then increase foot traffic for them, as well as on across east of it, there's Agape Ministries. I spoke to Charles Burns, and he also, who is the minister at Agape Ministries. He also supports us moving in there, both to provide services for the church, being snow plowing or whatever, and we had spoke briefly about his desire to start a nonprofit to help leadership training for local at-risk youth, and we would be willing to aid them in that in whatever way we can. As well as AutoZone, which is here, and unfortunately I forgot the manager's name. They are also in support of us moving in, as we are regularly buy auto parts and the like.
You have 7 proposed spaces in Phase 3 that appear to be potential revenue streams where you're storing potential RV equipment or something like that?
That's the plan. Unfortunately, 7, I'm not entirely sure. It depends on the space, really. We're not the most expert artists.
That's okay. Am I to interpret then, regardless of number, that your intent is to keep those spaces behind the existing pavilion?
Correct.
Limit it to that?
Correct. Yeah, we would, in Phase 2, it is our plan to pave that, as was indicated. We're just now learning about the curb requirement, which that we're willing to work with. If that's a requirement, that's understandable. So, yes, we would pave that, and we would keep the RV storage behind the existing pavilion.
And your vehicle equipment and storage is indoors, it looks like, based on your... Great, thank you.
Is this commercial? I'm sorry, I just want to make clear I'm understanding the RV storage. Is it for anyone to come and park their RV as part of the commercial operation? Kind of like an outdoor storage area like you might find at a, like a
Mini
yeah, like a mini storage?
We would offer storage rental to the public, or rather space rental for them to store it. We would obviously have to have them sign some kind of contract regarding that, but it would not be just for personal.
We're talking about vehicles, boats, RVs,
Yes.
motorhomes, etc.
Yes.
Other questions? Is there a way to access your vehicle and equipment storage building from the Eastern Ave side of the building, or will you have to go through that gate to access?
There will be a door to access it. There is currently an existing large, like almost a sliding barn door type entrance into this building. We're not entirely set on if we're going to keep that door or not.
Okay.
But as of right now, yes, there is access to it. As well as I'd like to mention too, the pine trees here aren't necessarily to contribute to the canopy ordinance, more or less just kind of blocking it slightly from the road, creating a barrier. But we are willing to work with the city on a canopy, on keeping some kind of canopy. There are several. There are quite a few trees on the property that are either hazard or prohibiting us from actually using the property. If we could change some of the pictures I had taken. Unfortunately, I couldn't send all the pictures. There was allowing me 3 at a time, and so we have the trees growing out of the building right now, just because it's been left and kind of unmanaged for so long. This is the southern property line along the fence from Plaster Creek, and as you can see, you can't really do anything there right now. There are a lot of trees growing up over the fence that are leaning pretty hard. They are city trees, but we have the legal permission to cut up to the property line, but because of their hard lean, we would have to trim them back. We would consider them hazard trees. As well as you have trees growing out of the building here, and then this here is a strip along the north side of the property. There are mostly trees that fall below that 6-inch diameter mark. However, some of them that are a little bit bigger are hazard trees as well, being that their tops have either come down already or they're dead or dying.
So in that area, so you're proposing in your Phase 1 plan to pave, you're going to remove the fence, and then you would pave all the way up to the property line?
Paving would be in Phase 2.
Phase 2, you would pave all the way up to the property line? And then the second part of the question is, from the property line to the creek, what is that distance? Because you're not allowed to have an impervious surface within 75 feet of the river, the creek's edge.
Right. It's easily 100 feet from the creek. As you go past this, it's flat here, and then it goes down, and then it dips down into that valley with the creek. And then we had drawn these up before we were able to get back into the property. Unfortunately, we have to schedule with the church and the realtor in order to get in there at the moment, because it's all locked. It's all locked in. We would not be able to pave all the way up to the fence, again, because of that berm that I had mentioned. So there would probably be 5 to 10 feet minimum between pavement and fence.
What material is that fence made out of?
Chain link.
And the height?
6 feet. And parts of it are barbed wire around the retention pond here, which we don't intend on adding any additional.
What about at the entrance? That's chain link too?
The entire fence is chain link.
You would be you said you talked about taking down the fence and replacing it with a fence.
Yes, we're this area here, this is all fenced in still as well, because again the fence runs the entire property line. We want to remove the fence along Eastern and half of this fence here up to the building, and then create new gates on either side of the building here. So it still allows the rest of the property to be fenced in, but opening up the parking lot to not require a locked gate to go through.
And what would the gates be made out of?
Chain link.
Other questions?
I will, we have a lot to discuss, but I will say thank you for the phase plan that you put time into and for your thoughtful presentation coming from a month ago. That was a lot of work.
All right, I think I'll have you take a seat. We'll do a public hearing and then invite you back up if
you very much.
questions arise. Thanks.
We also have Dan Tabers here too, if you have questions.
Perfect. All right, yeah, let's do that. Why don't we do that now and see if you have any thoughts?
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Tabor. I am a project engineer with the City of Grand Rapids, dealing with construction plan reviews, stormwater, and soil erosion. So, quick overview of this plan is presented. A few things have come to mind. During the ultimate phasing, once there's earth change or tree removals, that's when permitting requirements begin. This is within 500 feet of the Plaster Creek, so per state law and city ordinance, they'll need a soil erosion control plan to do any tree removal or clear cutting or anything like that. So, and as long as there's disturbed earth, that permit and monthly fees and monthly inspections will be required. So that may change their concept on phasing, but once it starts, it starts. So that's something the applicant and this board should keep in mind. I heard some mentioning of a berm to keep materials on site, and if this is landscape storage and like a general, like a fruit basket or something of that effect, having that berm is important. We're not going to want any soils or stone or wood chips draining off the site and getting into the Plaster Creek. That's a impaired waterway. Us of the city and a lot of our local partners and Plaster Creek stewards put a lot of effort into providing improvements and keeping things out of the creek. So that would be a priority of plan review and grading review to make sure that on-site materials are kept on site.
Dan, can you provide a definition of impaired waterway and what that means?
So an impaired waterway is a classification as designated by the state, and through our permit with the DEQ and the state, we have to ensure that pollutants are limited, we provide for water quality treatment, materials are kept out of the creek. It's really an official designation of a sensitive area.
Mm-hmm.
So it is the most sensitive water body we have here in the city. So we do take great care in setting up the ordinances and reviewing the plans to make sure that that area is protected.
Can I ask a quick question about the berm before we go on to your next point? If they're to store wood chips and mulch, stone, things of that nature, I'm hearing that the berm is a necessity between their property and their product and the creek itself. Are they able to cut into the berm so long as it continues to exist between this product of theirs and the creek? In other words, if it's a 20-foot wide berm, can they cut into the first 15 so long as the back continues as like a retention wall of sorts?
That's a better question, I think, for detailed engineering, but from a plan review perspective, as long as that material is maintained on site, that's the priority. Depending on lot lines and who owns the berm and things like that, would that get detailed out by an engineer and surveys and things like that. I think there could be the potential for that, but having natural grades and a berm to keep materials on site is important, and that'd be a priority during plan review.
Thank you.
Dan, you don't know who if that berm's there because of flooding of Plaster Creek. What's the peak flood? They're saying it's 10 feet below where they're at, but it's a flashy creek.
It's a very flashy creek, and from some of the documents I've seen today, that the 100-year floodplain is adjacent. Again, honestly, that's a detailed engineering question that they would need to hire an engineer for to get floodplain elevations and make sure they're in compliance with both city regulations and also FEMA. So when there's talk of floodplain changes and berms and embankment changes, there could be the potential for that as well.
So it's possible. So those berms, they were thinking that it was excess left over from when they worked on the site, but it could. Do you think it serves a function, or is just extras?
I guess I missed the first part of this. Where were the berms generally located?
We can ask Larry or
The west.
maybe if you can tell us, can you tell us where the berm is currently?
The back fence.
So,
Looking at the west side.
west side.
Yeah. The west side. From the property.
Right there. Yeah.
And it goes along to the drainage trip, or the detention pond.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably 3 feet, 4 feet down. It's on this property, and it dips down, and the fence is behind it. And the creek is quite a ways back. I mean, it's more than 10 feet down. I mean, it's probably 20, 25 feet down.
That sounds like an
Walk down the hill.
intentional water drainage system made to get to retention pond to prevent flooding, is what that's.
Yeah, if it
That's why I
Yeah.
just don't know, and that's why I wanted
Yeah,
to
honestly, it's hard to see any spot elevations or contours. That's a better questions for a detailed engineering review. But based on the testimony, it could potentially just be an on-site drainage system. But that's something to review and consider. Also, in terms of detention, there was mention of adding impervious area, aka parking lot. Additional detention is likely required for that. I don't know what the size of that retention pond is, but typically whenever there's added impervious area, we need to provide added detention. As mentioned, since this is a paired waterway, we have strict drainage design standards for this. It would require detention for the 100-year design storm, so that's the highest level, and that's 6 inches of rain over 24 hours, so it'd have to be sized to handle that. And also, it'd have to limit the release off-site. We have a stream bank stabilization ordinance where they would have to control the flow leaving the site to 0.05 CFS per acre, basically a low flow so it doesn't cause any downstream erosion into the creek. So they're tight drainage design standards that they definitely would need civil engineered design plans for this. But yeah, if they're adding, is there an approximate square footage of pavement they're adding?
So they have not met with you.
No. But if there's a decent sized parking lot, they're looking at either an underground system or extension of the retention pond, or decent amount of infrastructure to handle this additional pavement and stormwater and those items.
And the paving that we're talking about is a requirement due to the nature of commercial vehicles that will be coming to and from their products. I'm not sure that it's parking, but to your point, still required.
But yeah, and if it's paving for large scale vehicles, that is an appropriate measure, because we don't want a lot of landscape trucks and construction trucks tearing up a gravel drive and then tracking that material off-site into public right-of-way and then just going into the creek there. So that would seem appropriate there. As we mentioned, there's a floodplain, so that would have to get vetted by their engineer. And also water quality treatment. With the added parking area, there need to be water quality treatment provided for the first half-inch of runoff generated from that area. So basically, any type of soils or sediment or greases or materials need to be captured and treated on-site before discharging into the creek. So that's another design consideration for a site like this. And then finally, in terms of, I heard a lot of clear cutting and tree removal. I would have concerns about that if it got into the bank area and reducing bank stabilization in the area. Trees and roots provide a lot of stable soil and coverage for the area, and when we remove all those trees, take out roots, it becomes a lot more susceptible to erosion, and that soil and sediment that would leave the area and go down the bank and go down the stream would be is part of the reason why Plaster Creek's impaired. So making sure that there's proper tree coverage and there's not sedimentation leaving the site would be a high priority. And,
how do you define the bank area? What distance from the creek?
that's a DEQ determination. It's usually basically the crest of the hill.
Does the DEQ have to get involved with this?
Potentially, if they're proposing a discharge into the stream itself, like an extra pipe or drainage from the site, they would be involved in review of the outlet. But if they stayed on their site, then potentially no. But it really depends on detailed engineering. In terms of soil erosion, that's coverage here provided by the city. It would really be project specific if the DEQ is involved. So engineering answer, potentially.
All right.
Trying to just click notes here. But yeah, no, those were big picture, making sure that the phasing is done properly and things aren't just clear cut to be clear cut. Knowing that once construction and tree removals and stump removal starts, they're under a permit condition and they need inspections and reviews. And then having a detailed and appropriate site design with the appropriate level of detention and water quality and infrastructure to handle an expansion like this. And then also ensuring materials stay on site. Having, even though like stone and bark and things like that are natural elements, it's still a contaminant. It leads to sedimentation in the stream, and if it's full of debris, then it doesn't flow as well, and then you get flashy and floods. So per city code and DEQ, that's a contaminant, the stone and those materials. So ensuring that through site design and grading and berms or whatever, that material stays on site.
Okay.
Any questions or clarifications needed?
Well, thanks for your thoughts, Dan.
All right.
Appreciate that. I'm going to open up the public hearing. If you're here today in this case, now's your opportunity to come forward and share your thoughts with us. Seeing everyone is here for this.
They're all in.
I'll close the public hearing. If applicant wants to come back up, try to run through some of these questions with you. These are paving any area of this is going to be pretty big task, I think. Just with the on-site detention and things like that.
Sure.
So I don't know if it makes sense to include that in your phase or not. I mean, how set on? Well, I don't really know if I have a question so much as.
Well, you're talking about the trees.
Well, they're talking about paving first.
Paving, you know, there's going to be a bunch of, you're going to pave away from the building and the paving. There's actually a ditch all the way around the property. And most of it's dirt, and it's going to stay in the dirt. It's going to run in the dirt, and it's going to run in the detention pond.
Right.
The trees that are going to be removed is on the flat area of the property. We won't go past the ditch in the fence. I mean, there's 5 feet, 10 feet from the fence to where the ditch is. And the trees are all wild trees that grew up over the years.
And none of the tree removal or stump removals, none of that would be considered anywhere close to the bank or the peak of that hill. It would all be contained fully on our on this property, and none of our property is what I would consider the bank of that. Even at that peak on the top part of that, which is the west side, it looks like it gets kind of close to the fence line, but it does not. And then as for containing the material on site, that won't be an issue whatsoever. You'd have to really have some intent and some malicious intents with that to get any of the material we would be storing off site. More or less, you'd have to run it through a chain link fence and through about 50 feet past anywhere we would store it.
Also, we did get a clearance from DEQ. They looked at it. It's not a floodplain. So we got the okay from that, or the permit from that one. But also the bike path that you're talking about is on the south side of the creek.
Other side. Okay.
I want to be sensitive to your needs. I know that a lot of your phasing and your process is pending the decision made here.
Yes.
And I know that some of the news you're receiving even right now in real time is due to some requirements you learned about a month ago. And so I don't want to delay a decision if that would impede your efforts, but I also wonder if, given information from engineering, if there might be a reason to table to check on your phasing plan. And I'm just asking you, having heard what you heard, if that's something you're interested in considering or not, based on what you just witnessed.
Our concern is that we were not told about any of this stuff that he just brought up. This has just been brought up.
Well, it's part of, I mean,
And I guess that.
on-site
really
detention
concerns
is part of the ordinance.
me. I realize that. I realize that. But if that was such an important part, why wasn't that brought up last month?
It was in the staff report last time and this time.
That was never said.
About having the engineer come in and
Well, a less detailed, I mentioned the stormwater detention.
And we have that.
Quality would need to be.
Any stormwater detention wouldn't be changed from how the property is currently sitting. As we said, we would not build past that creek or the ditch on the other side of that berm.
Is that anytime you turn a surface from pervious to impervious, then it triggers the need to hold that water on site, treat it potentially before, or,
and that's what that retention area already is doing.
but that's doing it for the site as it currently exists, not with
Would
pavement over the whole
Well,
thing.
it would handle more than what it's currently holding.
But we don't know that without engineering.
The retention pond that's there is, if I were to guess, probably 30 feet deep.
And I'm not an engineer, so I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah,
That's the challenge.
I guess, to me, why didn't you guys go out there and take a look at it? I mean, if it-
I'm not an engineer. It wouldn't have helped
Why didn't
the
you have them
situation.
come out there? I mean,
I hear what you're saying, and I wouldn't be any help on site. I appreciate that your time's valuable, so is ours, and what I'm suggesting is we can make a decision with what we have before us, and we can discuss requirements, including permitting, and you heard that certain things will go, once action is taken and ground is altered, there is a financial cost to that that will fall upon you. There is also an opportunity that we might want to allow, no matter how much it hurts, for you to do some more investigation with the people that know more than we do. But if you don't want that, that's something that I was asking, really.
And if it comes down to it, and if the paving through this area here is going to create that much of an issue, we can decide to not pave through that area, and from there on, it would change our planning for that area and for the use.
Even potentially the purchase.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm at the point where we're about ready to.
I mean, you know, what you're asking could be $100,000, $200,000 just for a drainage thing.
It could be,
No,
and that's what we're
why we
trying
wanted to have the conversation.
tell you.
I guess we wish we would have known about that earlier.
Yeah, before I wasted my $2,015 to come here.
And I understand
Yeah,
that.
you don't. I mean, it just.
So part of a few of the things that, was a tree survey conducted since the last meeting? Because that was one thing that we requested.
Trees, they're all junk trees.
But we don't know that without
Hey,
a tree
hey,
survey. And again,
Poplar
there's,
trees. I mean, you got some by the barbecue place, huge poplar trees that should come down. And
But
which they
those
do
will
come down.
those will remain.
Yeah, they're going to remain, but they should come down because they're going.
I understand it, but, so let me ask you that. Do you want us to make a decision?
Yes, if you can.
Okay.
As
then we can do that. So I'll have you.
But it can turn on the drainage. So.
As we stated, the larger trees here, we will be leaving, as well as most of the trees right along the fence line here, probably about 10 feet away from the fence, which a lot of them still consist of the trees that are 6 inches or under at chest height, as was specified. We would just be removing the trees that are either growing out of the building or hazard trees or prevent us from utilizing the area.
And based on testimony we heard today, people smarter than me are going to say, yes, these are junk trees, and they're going to affirm your decisions and your phasing plan, and potentially say that the removal of root systems could cause X, Y, or Z to happen, that causes an erosion flag, that causes a new application with new costs.
Right.
I think everyone here is trying to prevent you from getting into a situation where a purchase goes through and all of a sudden you are in a position where you can't succeed.
Correct, and like I said, none of the trees or roots we would be removing would be in a area where they could affect the erosion or the Plaster Creek.
So, we have two options here. I think for me to make a decision in the affirmative, I would need to see engineering and a tree survey to know for sure what we're looking at. My only comfort in this is that your purchase agreement was conditioned upon approval from this body, so that's nice. So we can move forward and make a decision, or we can put it back in your court, and if you want to come back to us with a tree survey and engineering for...
Purchase is not conditioned on the decisions of this. We have until the end of November.
Okay.
And then
Well-
the purchase agreement it's dated for the end of November.
Well, then I guess we could...
My question is, at what point are you planning on getting engineered drawings done by a design professional? I assumed that was you were looking for a use approval, and then once you got that, then you would know you would.
If that's what we need in order to utilize the property in order to pave it, it would be contingent on that, or paving would be contingent on those drawings, and if that's what's required. So my best estimate would be early next year.
So you are planning on getting engineered drawings done?
That I'm understanding that's what we're required to do at this point.
Technically, it's supposed to be done for submission here.
Okay.
But we understand the timing with purchasing, and sometimes you want to know you've got the green light before you incur.
Right. Yeah. It's at the moment it's kind of hard for us to set anything in stone or spend any extra money than what we have on this, given that we don't know if we will be obtaining the property or not. So the engineer drawings, I like I said, the best I could do would be early next year before we do any of the major the paving and stuff. And if for whatever ungodly reason we may need to move trees closer to that line, which I don't see being a reality, it would be before we did any of that. Up until then, it would, again, just be removing the small hazard and burdensome trees.
Honestly, as part of your due diligence before spending the money to buy the property, you want to make sure you can do what you want, and this is part of that process, but financially, it could be very expensive for you with the environmental conditions of the site.
That's correct.
That you may, I mean, if you're worried about $2,000 for application fee, you're talking, it could be tens of thousands of dollars or more.
We understand.
Just to meet the environmental requirements. So my concern for you would be that you get this approval, if if the body would be inclined to do it, and then you get into the engineering of it and find that it gets very complicated very quickly.
The concern, I guess, is more or less that the money is not being used to increase the utilization of the property itself, rather than, whereas if, we're meeting with the engineers or whatever, in order to improve the property, the money is a little bit easier spent than, asking permission, some sort of stuff that would be, 15, 20 years ago would have just been allowed before the lot was rezoned.
Right.
I can't speak for the commission, but I would, with enthusiasm for the engagement you did and for your attempt to bring in a phasing plan and a more articulated business plan forward, I would love to make a recommendation to table and to meet with environmental engineering for the sake of you and your family and the cost associated with this. That is not, that is just my personal.
Sure, and I understand if we do table it again, we will not be able to be returned again. The closing on the lot is dated for the end of this month, so by the next meeting, it would have been passed.
Well, you may make a motion to do that, so that could be a consideration. An extension of a purchase agreement is always an option too if they're serious about it. I'm not comfortable making a positive decision here for these folks without seeing some more detail.
I guess if the applicant is saying, I want you to go forward with the application, and you have all the information you need to make a decision on the land use part of it, then I think you should make a decision. If they say they want to hold off so that they can do some due diligence that may be beneficial to them, then that would be different. But unless there's more information that you need and they want to move forward, I don't see what basis we would continue to table. That's just my.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I say one thing else. I mean, if you want to think about it to next month, that's fine, because it would save me the money. Because it gives me an opportunity to walk away from this whole project. You know, I'm only wasting $2,015 instead of $2 million.
Yeah.
That will go into that area maybe. So, I mean, I'd rather waste $2,000 instead of $2 million. So.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So I hear what you're saying. At the same time, I don't really have concerns with the use per se. I have concerns with the site and the layout and how it will be impacted based on the use. And without further detail, I don't know how to proceed with making it.
How do we account for that in a motion that's not?
So there's
The layout would come. The layout would dictate certain things required by law to happen.
Yeah.
No matter what. So if you're saying that certain areas need to be paved from a land use perspective, then they just need to be paved, and then from that, they'll have to meet all the requirements down the line. We can't really predict what.
Yeah.
What would we change? What would you change from a land use perspective?
But they do have an environmental standard that they have to, the planning commission has to look at in their review.
But it's not impossible to meet.
No,
It's
it's
just-
not impossible, but it might be insurmountable.
And then that would be
Yeah.
the end of the project.
Not, say that again?
It's not impossible, but it might be too expensive to do those things for anybody.
I'm in favor of the land use and actually really hopeful to see this project move forward. I don't have the amount of information based on our environmental requirements for review to approve it. And therefore, pending this discussion, I would be willing to make a motion to table. That's where I'm at, even hearing what was said. I still don't feel like I can say yes to this based on what we heard from engineering today. Based on our environmental review standards.
But based on testimony from the applicant, a table is basically a no, like they're not going to be able to come back.
But that's their decision.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
And
I
if we
wish the tree
say,
canopy survey had been done,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
at the very least.
Yep.
That we requested last time.
Yep.
And what information exactly do you want from? I'm not
right.
arguing with you. I'm just what information exactly do you want from either our engineer or more likely something submitted from them that would allow you to understand?
It feels as though the phase plan that we're reviewing today hasn't made its way into our engineering to give us the necessary information on how this land use will affect the creek that is vulnerable, the most vulnerable according to testimony in our city, and whether or not the proposed use is going to require significant financial and environmental preparation that is not evident in the applicant's proposal. Is that fair?
Yeah, is Mr. Tabor going to be able to give his opinion on that without having a more an engineer drawing, as it was kept being mentioned? I guess that's a question for.
Would you like to hear from Mr. Tabor about the level of information he'll need to be able to guide the applicant properly?
In terms of making a detailed decision on this level of information provided would be very difficult. It's something that would need to have a engineering consultant go over potential requirements, almost like a due diligence with an engineering firm to say, these are zoning ordinances, this is a soil erosion control plan, this is potential utilities, and we're at either a $200,000 infrastructure ballpark or $700,000, or it's not even practical.
Practical with either.
But that's, and from a city's perspective, more than willing to help guideline and show checklists, and these are requirements, but at the end of the day, it's information that the applicant has to gather and produce and provide, and we assist and coordinate with, but not produce.
That's part of the due diligence process.
Yes. And even, I guess I wanted to mention, even tree clearing and stump removal, and even the kind of early phase items that were mentioned would still require an engineer level drawing to meet DEQ and city requirements for a soil erosion control plan. And that's standard. So I guess from big picture, I think, to echo the board's sentiment, I think the land use, I think it can be worked with in details, but having kind of the homework done and due diligence, that's the unknown. And with considerations for keeping material out of the creek and adding site detention infrastructure and water quality, there's items out there.
All right.
Anything else? Any other clarifications?
No, I think that's helpful.
Okay.
I think you did. With all due respect to our outgoing council, I think the best option for everybody is to table with the requirement to come back. We have a tree canopy study or tree survey done, and at least a follow-up meeting with city, with Dan and an engineering consultant, just to get a ballpark for their own sake. They can decide if they want to withdraw at that point or not.
Soil erosion, water retention, water quality.
Those should all be considered in a consultation with an engineer, I think.
Are you asking them to bring back
I don't need engineering drawings.
drawings.
I want them to understand the full cost of what they're proposing to do.
And can Mr. Tabor do that?
No, and that's why I'm saying to involve an outside engineering consultant for that.
Okay.
Estimates, I mean, I think it would be eye-opening.
That's,
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The tree study, I think, that's a thing that we would need to see. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I want to see it work here. I do.
I'm in
I
a spot
mean,
where I just need to put on the record that I, as a commissioner, as a volunteer of this board, I feel guilty having heard this on October 11th and not having been able to give enough direction in our table to have a fruitful conversation.
We asked for a tree study. It's not present.
I understand. I'm apologizing publicly. I feel like this is a lot of information that just came to light, and I do feel bad for them, but I still am in support of tabling this.
What would be the consequences of approval today?
An enforcement issue.
If we said today that we agree with the general land use, and then the enforcement side got to be problematic, troublesome,
Yeah.
what would happen?
there could be severe, if it's an enforcement issue, then there could be substantial fines. Dan can talk about it at that level. I think the concerns I have from a staff perspective on enforcement on the site is, given that we have an impaired waterway, the extent of the site changes that they're proposing with clear cutting portions, the amount of paving and the proximity to the creek, and even some of the, trees versus scrub versus there. I mean, I think there's concerns about potential impairment, and then the cost to restore the site if there's needs to restore it, or proceeding. Just the amount of monitoring that has to occur for Dan, but that's up to Dan's comment.
Well, just real quick to answer Suzanne's questions here, or comments. There's two different levels of enforcement. There's enforcement during the construction process. So, like I mentioned, with the earth removals and the tree removal starting on, once they start, that's under a permit condition. We do monthly construction inspections. And if the soil erosion control plan, which needs to be generated by an engineer, isn't properly maintained, or there's sediment or materials going into the creek, at a minimum it's a $400 fine, plus there could be levels and actions levied by the DEQ because it is a DEQ impaired waterway. There is an element of financial enforcement and requirements that need to be fully kind of recognized and vetted. And we issue, they're known as notice of violations, and it's a common practice for enforcement on construction projects. And then say project success, it's completed, there's also continuing potential code compliance enforcement. If there's discharge of like site materials out into the street, or use or variance, that we also continually monitor and take 311 calls on and are actively reviewing. So.
Does the fact that the applicant is a tree professional not make any difference? I mean, we're telling you that some trees are scrub trees. We've been in this business for 42 years. And I think that you're totally not considering the fact that he is a tree professional. And he knows what a dangerous tree is. He knows what a scrub tree is. He knows what kind of canopy these trees provide, and also the danger that these provide. I feel like that's not being taken into account at all.
I respect that. I respect his experience, but we don't have a tree survey, which is pretty common, especially when clear cutting is taking place, so that we can ensure that proper tree canopy is maintained on the property. And so without that, it doesn't matter if he's the world's best tree care provider. It doesn't. And because we are not responsible to go out and see exactly which trees are on the site, we rely on you to provide that information to us. I think we need to make a decision. We've got to move forward. A lot of people here for other things.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission tables the special land use request of Larry's Lawn Service, Larry Ditkoff, to operate a landscape and tree service with 24 operation, to allow for snow plow and storm cleanup services, outdoor display and storage associated with retail landscape supplies and equipment sales, and seasonal storage of outdoor vehicles, boats, and RVs at a former lumberyard and retail store at 2837 Eastern Avenue Southeast,
And can you just provide the reason?
with the intent of receiving the applicant returning with more detailed plans with regard to environmental engineering specifically, but not limited to, tree canopy, soil and erosion, water retention, and water quality.
So that you can determine.
So that we can determine that the land use being proposed is proper for this particular location.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Any support for that? Okay, then there won't be any
Support.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the table say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion to table carries. Next case is 739 4th Street LLC. please.
All right. I'll attempt to be both brief and comprehensive enough for you to make your decision. All right, so the next case before the Planning Commission is for 739 4th Street Northwest. This is a request to convert an existing church building into 7 dwelling units and 1,000 square feet of office and construct an addition of 6 dwelling units. The applicant proposes that 5 of these units will be ADA accessible, making them eligible for a residential density bonus. The applicant is also requesting a waiver for the minimum lot area required for multifamily use, as well as a waiver for the number of required parking spaces. As you can see, the parcel is located in the traditional neighborhood, low-density residential. It is designated as medium-low density residential in the master plan, as well as the west side area specific plan, of which it is in the project area. Both the master plan and the west side ASP recommend a mix of housing types and densities and the preservation and reuse of historic structures for this designation. The subject parcel is approximately 12,700 square feet and is improved with a 2.5-story structure and an unstriped parking lot. The structure was originally constructed as a meeting hall in the 1940s and has been operating as a church since 1994 when it received use approval from the Planning Commission. The current owner has operated a church from the property since 2007. Before we get into the proposed site improvements, I wanted to clarify the office use that's being requested, as that is not typically a use that is permitted in residential zone districts. Per testimony from the applicant, approximately a third of the office space has been used for the administration of off-site church activities that were more than ancillary to the worship use. And as there was no clear record of what ancillary meant in the context of the office use, the planning director has made a determination that that portion of office space has non-conforming use rights, and as such, a use variance will not be required for the office component of this project. So, moving to the site improvements, as proposed, the existing building will be renovated and an addition will be constructed for a total of 13 dwelling units. The unit mix will be 3 2-bedroom units and 10 1-bedroom units. The existing structure will have 1,000 square feet of office, as you can see here, and 7 dwelling units, 2 on the first floor, 5 on the second. Exterior renovations include new windows, doors, and paint. The main entrance for the dwelling units and office use will be from 4th Street. A covered wheelchair ramp is proposed next to the front entry stairs. The addition will be constructed on the north side of the existing building. It'll be 2 stories, and access to the first floor units will be through individual entryways with covered stoops along McReynolds, as well as at-grade entrances from the parking area. The second story units will be accessed from an external staircase and walkway. The addition will be built to complement adjacent residential structures and appears consistent with the established required building line. Building elements also appear generally consistent and can be finalized during permitting should the Planning Commission approve this request. Let's see. So the applicant proposes a 12-space parking area. So this is reducing the current on-site parking. A few points of note. Currently, the site is non-conforming as regards the landscape buffer that needs to exist between a parking area and a residential use. So as a corner lot, the subject parcel needs 10 feet on both the north and east property lines. So the applicant is going to be bringing the site into closer conformance with the requirements of Article 11 regarding landscape buffer. They are going to be increasing the size here, as well as adding a fence, which does reduce the required landscape buffer by 1/3, and they will be planting trees and shrubs as required in the ordinance. Let's see what else. In terms of screening the parking area from the public right-of-way, they are proposing a 30-inch wall with a 2-foot landscape buffer. And all told, with these changes, green space on the site will increase from approximately 11% to 21%. 30% is required for the use in zone district, so it will be bringing it closer to conformity, but not reaching it. So as mentioned, a minimum lot area waiver is required. The lot is about 12,700 square feet, and 20,000 square feet is required for multifamily. So the Planning Commission can grant this minimum lot area waiver in traditional neighborhoods where it's demonstrated that the proposed development complies with the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance. And the TN-LDR calls for mostly single and two-family homes, but recognizes pockets of medium to high density residential that are found along major streets and near to business districts. And as you can see from this image, the subject parcel is located close to a business district and neighborhood node at Stocking and 4th, which could lend support to approving the waiver. As for density, the maximum allowed density within the TN-LDR is 21 units per acre at 2,000 square feet per unit. Based on these requirements, the parcel can support 10 dwelling units. However, the applicant is requesting a residential density bonus by providing ADA accessible units. Per Article 5 of the zoning ordinance, the minimum lot area for a multifamily development can be reduced by up to 500 square feet per dwelling unit when at least 25% of the units meet industry standards for accessibility. And so with this residential bonus, the parcel can support 13 dwelling units, 4 of which must be accessible, and the applicant is proposing 5 accessible units, which exceeds this standard. So for some context, the density of the parcel with the residential density bonus is 28 units per acre compared to the 21 units that would be permitted without the bonus. And also as a note, while the master plan designates this parcel as medium low density residential and suggests 5 to 9.9 dwelling units per acre, the Planning Commission can approve a density exceeding that in the master plan if the requirements of the zoning ordinance are met, which they are in this case. Lastly, I'll speak to the parking waiver. So the parking need for the proposed use combination of uses is 23 spaces, 20 for the residential component and 3 for the office. The applicant proposes 12 on-site parking spaces and a waiver of 11 spaces, or 47% of the total need. The Planning Commission can offer a parking waiver if the applicant can meet certain requirements for allowable reductions. So the applicant proposes to use the mixed-use parking coefficient, covered and secured bicycle parking, and on-street parking to make up for the waived spaces. So that would be, I think, 8 bike spaces provided for a waiver of 2 parking spaces, the mixed-use coefficient, 6 spaces waived, and then on-street need would be 3 spaces. Additionally, there are use regulations for multifamily developments, and there is a requirement that multifamily be located on regional, major, or city collector streets per the city's street classification. 4th Street is a neighborhood collector street, so it doesn't meet this requirement. However, for redevelopment projects such as this one, the Planning Commission can waive this requirement if they are amenable. So in terms of neighborhood input, the applicant met with the West Grand Neighborhood Organization last month to discuss the proposed development. They are supportive, and we did receive a letter before it made to your packet stating that they are supportive of this development. So have that, and we have not received any other correspondence about this request. So in sum, there are a few key considerations before you. First would be the appropriateness of the multifamily and office uses at this location, the appropriateness of the density proposed, taking into consideration both the minimum lot area waiver as well as the residential density bonus, potential traffic or parking impacts associated with the waived parking spaces, and the adequacy of the landscape screening that they are proposing on site, bringing it closer to compliance but not yet meeting it. So do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Julie? Thank you.
Okay.
I'll invite the applicant up then to share any additional details on this.
Hi, Matt O'Connor, applicant. Wonderful summary. Happy to answer any questions, but yeah, just wanted to point out that we did meet with the neighborhood association, and we're excited to be part of that neighborhood. So I'll turn it over to Mike Corby and let him answer any design questions or site plan questions you may have.
Mike Corby from Integrated Architecture. I don't have a lot to add. Julie did a great job. I think just a couple things I wanted to point out. All the mechanical units for the project will be on the roof and screened so that they will not be visible. And as she said, we did the best we could to try to really get some landscape onto the site. And as we looked at which of the two streets to kind of favor with our access to the parking, we picked Fourth, obviously, because it's a little bit more traveled, and try to reestablish the walkable edge on McReynolds. So we're excited about it. It seems to be a good fit for both the building and the neighborhood. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say I like this plan a lot. I think it's really nice. I'm very familiar with this neighborhood. I think you did a nice job on the design here. Really good.
I appreciate you guys meeting with West Grand. Given the office use and its proximity to business there, were you also able to meet with the Stockbridge Business Association or talk with any of the local business owners?
My partner JC might be able to talk a little bit better on that point.
Yes. We did not meet with Stockbridge, but we did meet with several of the local business owners and got feedback from both the owner of the Blue Dog, Corridor Coffee, and Steepletown. Steepletown being a big part of that neighborhood was very supportive.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant at this point? All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today on this case, please come forward and state your name and share your thoughts with us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Annette Vandenberg. I'm the Director for the West Grand Neighborhood Organization. I'm also involved with Stockbridge Business Association, so I can tell you why they weren't able to meet with them, and that's because they only meet every other month. But I know Pete and them, and I'm pretty sure they'd be enthused. I did send out emails to Stockbridge Business Association and asked if there was any concerns that they get them back because our board wanted to consider those as well, and we received no negative feedback. As she did state earlier, the West Grand Board of Directors is in full support of this project. They are looking at crime prevention through environmental design to incorporate into their project, so we're very excited about that. We're very excited about the thought and detail that has gone into this. As stated by JC earlier, we went out with her into the neighborhood and we were able to see how residents were responding. Of course, some of the renters were not happy about market rate, but a lot of the business owners were excited that something was going to be done with this property. Everybody knows that it kind of floods in the back there and becomes an ice skating rink. And so the water management, stormwater drain off is going to be a bonus to the neighborhood as well. And everybody's been really excited about it. Talked to Fred, and Fred from Blue Dog is excited to see this project come into the neighborhood.
Great. Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome. And just really quick on the mention of housing, though, but you do have Craig Patterson from Moda Group. You have an affordable housing project right around the corner that was just recently approved with LIHTC, correct?
Yes, we do, and we're looking forward to that project. So that was why I explained that to neighbors, that there were 49 units, I believe, coming to that part of the neighborhood, very close by. The other reason the board was in support was it's near transit, so people that don't have cars will have accessibility through transit, Uber, and Lyft, and a lot of the residents around there do use that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you.
The scooters.
Oh, gosh. No, they're not.
Anyone else on this case?
Yeah, my name is Tom Barzak, and I'm a resident at 723 4th Street, so 2 buildings down from this proposed. Just hearing quickly, I like the commissioners taking account. It seems like there's a lot of requirements that are being waived for this project. It's going to add a lot of density to our small neighborhood. There's not a lot of street parking. So I'm very concerned about the influx of people, the number of people, lack of parking, and the density it's going to create. So please take into account, there's a lot of requirements that have been established for a reason, and you're asking to waive a lot of those. Sounds like great for the neighborhood, great for business, but I'm very concerned about the density.
Is parking your main concern with density, or is it density and just density?
Density and density. The neighborhood can be very loud, very noisy. Additional 4th Street, there's a lot of walking on 4th Street. So now you're adding a lot of traffic to 4th Street, which is very busy right now. Holidays, very busy with the church next door. They have a lot of events, functions going on. So just density as a whole. Noise, sound. The neighborhood's going through a lot of great transition. We bought the house 6+ years ago, completely restored it from being condemned. So we invested in the community. So we do see that this being an incredible influx. It can cause a big negative impact. And I do ask, like, there's requirements in place. And she mentioned several that are going to be requested to be waived. What are those requirements? And obviously you have the right to waive those, but the requirements to me were established for a purpose, for a reason. So I'd like you to consider those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello. I'm the old lady that lives next to it, and I'm very happy to see all the improvements in Grand Rapids. I was there 20 years ago when the meth labs were blowing up, and my windows were shot up, and I was put on fire, and I was there when I was hit and beat, and so I've seen big, huge improvement. My grandmother came over from Poland, and in the 50s, I don't know if you're aware or not, when she lived there, there was a house between me and it was before it was there was a church society, and then it was the American Seating Hall. So we used to open the window and hand things to the house right next door. So basically that was another single lot right there is what I'm getting at. And then it was the hall. So there's been a lot of changes, but I'm kind of offended that I live right next door. No one knocked on my door and told me this was going on. I found out the hard way. And I'm happy that there's new improvements going on. Tom and Stacia are my neighbor. They bought that house when it was a flop house. I'm sure everyone on that board knows what Tammy in the neighborhood and the impact of 19 people living there without water and sewer was like. I live next door. I can tell you it was very unpleasant. So my main concern is that they be taken care of. Personally, I bought 27 acres up in Alaska, and my health is failing, and I'm going to go up with my grandkids, and I'm going to put the house for sale. And this is the only money I have. It's the only investment I have in the whole world. And I need to make sure that I can get the very best top dollar out of there. Obviously, improving next door is going to really increase mine. However, I want to make sure I leave them, who have been absolutely fantastic to me when my husband died, that they are taken care of. There are a lot of concerns as far as parking. Like you have that 4-family house across the street with no driveway, no parking, and they use the side of the street. And when you start off, on, off, even parking, that is a very big thing. And the businesses that you talk to, they park all in front of that house. Now, I'm used to having 1 or 2 spots just for people coming to visit me, which is a luxury, but I have a driveway where a lot of them do not have that luxury. My house happens to be, so my house actually is a 2-family. I've only collected my half taxes on that for 20 years so I could make a good investment when I moved because I saw the neighborhood changing. And it's registered as a 2-family. It's not certified. I've always just lived there alone for 20 years. I like my privacy, my space. My husband was handicapped. He could go upstairs and do his projects in space. Sorry about the music. 1,000-amp stereo with 4-quad sound. He was a impaired veteran. So it's a 2-family registered. So when I sell that, I need to make sure I can put at least a 2-family. And common sense will tell us that whoever looks at that, if it's a buyer like that, commercial, they're going to want to say, can I have 2-family? Can I invest it in a 4-family or make it into a 6-family? So I'm just hoping that, so I'm in between a no man's land now, but my main concern is to make sure that I take care of the people that came into this neighborhood next to me with a disgusting house and put everything they own into it, and that they're taken care of, because they already are getting bombarded with the church next door. But again, I just feel kind of blindsided that nobody just knocked on my door and said, hey, MB, what can we do to make this project reasonable, feasible for the neighborhood, for everything going on? So this is the first I've seen. So I'm just gonna, I want this to go through. But I also agree with Tom that, and this is the first time I've talked to him, last night he said he was coming. I agree that there are restrictions put in place to try to work together. So
Thank
there is
Yep.
a little Mexican house right where you're going to put all those trash bins. Was that ever considered, that there's a little child living there with trash bins next to their house?
That's, well, that's not part of the application, so we're not
Well,
considering
can we-
that.
can
Would
we-
you mind stating your name for the record,
Mary
please?
Beth Vernon.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
Mhm.
All right,
I guess what I'm saying, and I have trouble hearing, so.
thanks.
I have a little cleaner cat thing. But like up here, that is a little family house that goes back there and putting all the dumpsters right next to
Yeah.
their living room. Their child sits on the porch.
Okay.
I have a lot of concerns, if you can put the other one back up. That, like right here is the line, out of a courtesy, because the church couldn't afford it. They had their fencing and I had mine. So I was, as a courtesy, because the dog, my fence is maybe 2 foot on my property. It's not a permanent, it was just,
Mm-hmm.
you make it work with the neighbors, or
Yep.
like to them.
Okay.
So-
Thank you, Mary Beth. Your time's actually expired, so I'll have to have you take a seat.
This isn't fair. And I know you're saying it's expired, but there's some serious issues here, like the
I
carbon
understand,
monoxide.
but,
No,
but
like
we only
carbon-
allot 3 minutes per person during the public hearing portion.
Can I have your 3 minutes?
That's not how it
Oh,
works.
see,
I'm
she's
sorry.
right behind me.
No, that's
You want
not
to
how it
stand up
works.
here? No, this isn't fair, because like
Well,
carbon monoxide comes right into the
I'm
windows
sorry.
of those 2 windows.
There's a lot of people here that also want to share their
And
thoughts
I
on
waited an hour and a
cases.
half also.
We've been here just as long or longer.
And the drainage
I'm
from
sorry,
that,
but
the water
I'm
parking
gonna
lot,
have
the
to have
water
you
goes
stop
into
now.
my basement when they filled up with the cement in the parking lot, when the drainage collapsed. I need to make sure that's taken care of.
I understand. Thank
It's
you,
not
Mary
just a-
Beth.
But it's a lot of the issues that I just think that someone should come talk to me on this
Okay.
design thing, and I don't think we're being treated fairly. This has all
I'm
been
sorry
going
that you
on.
feel that way.
Well,
I need,
just communication.
and that's a great point. And
Yeah,
I
think-
wish
I think
wish
the
that you
applicant-
would have.
I think the applicant probably would be willing to talk to you after the meeting as well. Yes?
If you have design concerns, I'm
I
gonna
have safety
put staff on the spot here. But if there's specific design concerns that you have, if one of the planning staff could step out in the hall and you could express those to them, maybe we can
So
get around
I
the
lived here
3-minute
20
time
years,
at that
and I've waited an hour and a half, and I'm not allowed to talk more than 3 minutes with some
That is
concerns.
how the
it
rules
works,
of this
correct.
body work, yes. Yep, thank you, Mary Beth. Anyone else? Please come forward and state your name.
I just want to say that I agree with the applicant, so it's fine with me.
Okay.
So,
Would you mind stating your name, ma'am?
My name is Marcela Carabulas, and I'm Romanian, and I live there for 4 years.
Thank you.
She lives behind me.
All right, thanks, Mary Beth. Can I have you
Who
take
can-
a seat, please?
I'd like to know who I can go talk to address some of these.
Julie will step out with you and chat with you. Anyone else for this case?
Hi, my name is Stacia Barzak, and as my husband Tom mentioned, I live and own 723 4th Street, so 2 houses directly to the east, and Mary Beth is our next door neighbor, and so West Side scrappiness, you gotta appreciate that. We're gonna make our case heard. I feel like because we did come to spend time here, and you guys have come to spend your time here, that I did want to say something since we've been here for this amount of time today, but I don't know that I have any huge concerns since I've not seen any of this information before today. However, just as a voice of someone who has chosen in the last 6 years to move into the neighborhood, to purchase a home and to live in it, that's not what we see a lot of in our neighborhood. There is a lot of this mixed use and multiple family homes. Our home was actually built over 100 years ago as a multiple family home. We own it as a single family home, and so just to take that into consideration, I think as my husband and I were talking, I don't see where this is not going to go through, but there are a lot of potentials for waivers for certain things that exist, and so if that can be taken into consideration, how many things have to be waived for this to be okay. We are huge Grand Rapids cheerleaders. We choose to live in the city for a reason, and I would like to know that I can continue to live in the city, in a home, in a neighborhood, and I feel like eventually there could be a squeeze for everything around us being multiple family and us having a yard and a garden and sitting on our balcony and enjoying the city could go away at some point. And so just to have that standpoint be heard, that we don't have a plan for where we would go next other than this is where we live and this is home. And so the potential impact of additional traffic, which we love more things coming to the west side, but to balance that out to where we can still sleep at night and be able to get up at 5:30 in the morning, having been rested to go to our jobs and that kind of thing. So I appreciate you guys taking the time, and I look forward to seeing more and being involved when we can, if this is going to come to fruition in our neighborhood, very, very near to our home. I think it's interesting, the standpoint of the water that pools kind of in the area. We kind of joke that's the West Side pool, because we do see neighborhood kids splash around in it. So for good or bad, if that's one of the things that's going to change with this, it will be interesting to watch, and we hope that we can continue to be part of this neighborhood as that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this case? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Yeah, come on up, ma'am.
Thanks. I appreciate the neighbors' comments. I just want to, for the record, we want to be good neighbors. We're excited to invest in the community, so we welcome a conversation with you guys anytime. And just wanted to make that statement.
Matt, do you, the parking down a couple parcels down, is that part of the Steepletown parking lot or St. Adalbert's parking? Is that what?
The Basilica?
Yeah, is that what the large surface parking lot is there?
Correct.
Okay. Have you discussed any shared parking agreements potentially with them?
We have not, just because under this proposal we meet the required parking, but we would certainly
With a waiver, yeah.
We would certainly correct with a waiver, yeah. So we would certainly talk with them, but no, no is the short answer to your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
It might be a nice relief valve as an option. So
Yeah, I mean that
if
parking
you
lot
discuss
is
that
fairly empty.
Mm-hmm.
6 days a week.
Yep. Right.
So.
Almost all week. Yeah. Other questions for the applicant? I mean, to address the pooling and things like that, engineering. I imagine it'll only be improved with the site improvements here.
And I do think, per testimony, we heard some concerns for neighbors and trash receptacles, dumpsters, etc. I'm guessing that the Basilica and Steepletown and potential lot sharing agreements may allow for you to reconsider or to listen with neighborhoods about where there might be a chance to move those if necessary, given your proximity to that lot and its underutilization 90% of the time.
Yeah, I can't commit to another property owner, but we want to be good neighbors, and we'll welcome that conversation anytime.
Great.
I can comment. Do you want to talk about the trash?
Let's talk about the trash.
Let's
Talk
do
about
it.
the trash.
Yeah.
Location of the trash, the concern was raised about the family to the north,
Northeast.
and where the
North,
trash
yeah.
is located, or does Mike want to address where the trash
Yeah,
goes? Because we
that's
do
probably
have
better, yeah.
requirements about distance from abutting dwellings.
I'll address a couple things. First, the drainage. We are redoing the site drainage. It's going to have 2 new catch basins that discharge out to. So my guess is those catch basins aren't working, or maybe the lines. So there shouldn't be any ponding at all. The fence is on this property. It's not on the neighbor property, and we are adding landscaping there. The way we're dealing with the the trash right now, there is going to be a screened area on the northeast side. It's a tight site. We are looking at using, we're not even going to have a dumpster. We're going to have just the kind of the wheeled things, which are fairly normal in residential today. But we could slide, because it is going to be kind of hand cart, we could slide that over to the west potentially, but we still need kind of a little area. So right now, this is where the trash is planned. We could slide it over here, because I think that the structure that the woman referred to is right there. So that could be moved over because they are going to be hand carts.
On the, if we go to the aerial, is that a garage or is that a house that is directly adjacent to the property?
It's
a house?
It's part of this lot, so it must be an accessory dwelling unit or something.
It's referred to as the small house. But it is,
Okay.
it is a house, it's its own structure.
Oh, okay.
Looked like a garage from the air. Yeah, okay.
It may have been one.
Yeah, true.
So the elevated walkway, is there any way underneath the elevated walkway to tuck in the, I don't know what the height is of that, to tuck in the carts in there?
Well, these are the entrances. This is the barrier-free entrance side to the three residences that are fronting McReynolds. So I don't think we want to put the trash right next to the front door, or to their front door, essentially. But like I said, we could move it westward, if that helps, because then at least it's not directly south of that small residence. Because if you go to the, I don't know if you have the aerial. Yeah, so right now they would be there. They could be positioned there, so at least it would be less directly adjacent to that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the zone is out. They're saying that, like, I
Yeah.
don't know what it is.
That happens. That happens.
Facing south, so,
Yeah, I can't really have you do
There's a
that.
front porch, but then the front of this house that it's kind of attached to is on McReynolds, and so this is all, as it looks like, a driveway there. So if that
Okay.
is a concern, moving it west.
Would be better. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Did you have
I think
another
that's it.
point?
I think, not for the applicant, but I did want to respond to their concerns, and so I just wanted to kind of address three things. One, a minimum lot area waiver is requested, and this, like other similar projects, this request is not unusual. The minimum lot area requirement currently is 20,000 square feet, which is just under a half an acre. And because of that size, we have very few sites that kind of, a half acre is a good size site in the inner city. And so because of that, one of the Housing Now recommendations, actually recommendation number 3, that was provided by the Housing Advisory Committee and what the Planning Commission reviewed, and which is now going to be before the City Commission on the 27th, is to actually either reduce or eliminate that requirement of 20,000 square feet because the size is so impractical. We've had a lot of people requesting and getting waivers to that. So we know over time that as we have those requests that we need to change the ordinance. And so that waiver, just to kind of provide a response to that, is really something that we're looking at right now because it's applied to many different properties and has been a challenge for us. So this is not an unusual thing, and that number is actually a carryover from it predates our 2007 ordinance. So it was a carryover from the 1969 code when we did a revision. So that's in there, and we're recommending changing it. The density bonus that is there, it's exciting to see that they're going to be doing type B accessible units. Actually, one of the recommendations out of the Great Housing Strategy was that we provide more accessible units within the city so that we are both an age-friendly community but also serving persons with disabilities. There's a shortage of this housing type in this city, like all housing types, but particularly this, where it's close to services. You've got the health center just down the street, you've got the bus line right there, and so we've really tried to encourage this. This is one of the first projects that's actually using this, and so they do meet the density requirements by taking advantage of that type B accessible unit bonus, and So they are within the limits for density, and they're also implementing part of the Great Housing Strategies work. And then finally, the parking waiver that is being requested, they're asking for a 47% total reduction in parking. Under the rules of the zoning ordinance, planning director has the ability to reduce up to 50% of parking requirements if certain conditions are met, which is, proximity to commercial nodes, proximity to transit. Part of that is an affordable housing strategy because the cost of parking it adds to the cost of a unit, and by reducing some parking, not all of it, but some of it, it does help with affordability for the units because they don't have to build additional parking at $15,000 a space. And so it has an impact on the price of the unit, but then also because of where we're allowing the reductions, you may not need to own a car, which is the second highest household cost to a family. So I just want to let you know the parking waiver isn't out of the ordinary either from what we would normally allow. I guess that's kind of the long version of it.
And this new design will also increase on-street parking, right? Because you're going to curb cut. Was that included in the count? I wasn't sure.
You'll increase the amount of on-street parking?
We are, because we're eliminating that curb cut on McReynolds. It wasn't included in the count that's being considered for staff, but it was included as a reason to allow the waiver.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
No, I want to thank you for your engagement with the local businesses and nonprofits and faith-based communities. And I can't speak for any of them, but I walk this neighborhood a lot. If there is opportunity to do a partnering parking share agreement specifically on the north side up by 5th and Steepletown, it isn't entirely impractical that one of your 11 sites on site could become an enclosed trash space, in theory, based on the use of that lot. I know we can't speculate and use that in our decision making, but I offer that as a potential discussion.
Just something to think about in the future.
And Steepletown's not going to turn down monthly income if there's an opportunity. So just throwing that out there for my friend Mr. Bukowski.
Absolutely, and it's something we're definitely open to considering and talking to them about.
Great, thank you.
My name is JC. I just wanted to address a couple of the comments from the public as well. On October 26th, I took the time to get together with the West Grand Neighborhood Association and Annette and her intern Nate, and we did go knock on several doors, dozens in fact, in the neighborhood. I have a sign-in sheet, and the public that did come up, I knocked on their door that day and was happy to speak with them. And I have record of that I'm willing to share. Most people did not answer. It was Friday during the day, so I understand, and I'm willing to talk with whoever wants to chat about the project. We, as a team, are putting our businesses, our small businesses there, so we're excited to invest in the neighborhood as well.
Any other questions? The applicant? Okay. Thanks. Julie, any other concerns or points that you want to bring up to us at this point?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Is there anything that, in addition, based on your conversation with the neighbor, that we need to be aware of?
I think just, just concerns about...
Can you come up to the microphone?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
I think the current parking lot, there are some issues, as have already been mentioned, in terms of flooding, but the applicant is going to be required to meet our stormwater requirements, so that's going to be improved. She'd also mentioned just, the idling of cars near the north property line and, issues with carbon monoxide, but I think, the parking lot is shrinking. There's not going to be parking along that north property line anymore. It's going to be, kind of located on one side of the building there. So I think, I think mainly it was just concerns about the way that we do community engagement. And I'm going to be speaking with Mary Beth tomorrow and sharing information on, some of those revised community engagement practices that Landon's been working on along with other staff. So hopefully we can have a good discussion tomorrow. But
Great.
yeah.
Thank you.
hmm
Commissioners, any discussion or thoughts?
I just want to say I appreciate the comment about just because something can be waived doesn't mean it should be waived. It's- the circumstances do matter. In this case, I think what's proposed is appropriate, but it's a good reminder.
I appreciate the inclusion of accessible units. I think that's a really big positive with this project.
In general, I like the reuse of this building. I do like multifamily and increasing density where it's appropriate. I think that, as I mentioned, I think that the parking lot at I think that's a nice thing if they're amenable to exploring that. I think that that could be useful if they have residents that have a vehicle that won't fit in this lot. I think that would be helpful for the neighborhood, so I would like to maybe encourage them to explore it, although I'm not, in general, I think that the waiver is probably appropriate here for this scale.
I think it's a great location for density with respect and understanding about parking concerns. You're talking about an area within an immediate block. You have restaurants. You also have Cherry Street Health. Within 3 blocks, you have an elementary school on one side and a now neighborhood grocer with fresh, affordable produce. There is a brand new park just adjacent to this lot, Kitty Corner, thanks to Kaboom and the work of Steepletown. I mean, it really, the fact that this is where it is leveraging all of the amenities and investments we've seen recently. And I think it's an appropriate use for the building, given the fact that it's currently not being used, but also just given what it's surrounded by, I think is good. I do think the plan they have proposed for parking is going to be adequate, but I love that they're open to addressing and potentially attaining more opportunities if that issue makes it too tight for neighbors.
Other thoughts, commissioners? Is anyone willing to make a motion? Guys, I can't make motions. Okay.
Not with that attitude.
Okay, I will go ahead here. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use request of 739 4th Street LLC, Matt O'Connor, to convert an existing church building into 7 dwelling units and 1,000 square foot of office and construct an addition with 6 dwelling units with a waiver for the minimum lot area required for multifamily use and a waiver for the minimum number of required parking spaces at 739 4th Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and the zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will provide a residential use within a residential zone district, maintain and increase the number and variety of housing units as recommended by the master plan, preserve and reuse a historically or architecturally significant structure as recommended by the master plan, and will be consistent with recommendations of the West Side Area Specific Plan to retain historic neighborhood fabric with a mix of housing types and densities. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the existing building is, and the proposed building will be, scaled, oriented, and sited in a manner consistent with the development of the TN neighborhood classification and in the immediate vicinity. The integrity of the former social hall, including the exterior facade, will be retained. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the building and entrances will be appropriately oriented on the site. Adequate landscape screening and for the parking area will be provided, and it allows for the reasonable reuse of a building that was designed for a use, a social hall, that is not consistent with the current zone district. And the proposed use will result in an improved overall housing stock and housing option varieties, and improve also accessible housing units. The proposed uses will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter because adequate parking is available on nearby streets or mitigated through alternative means such as proximity to public transit and bicycle parking, and the on-street parking will be increased as a result of a removed curb cut. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because the parkway along 4th Street will be restored, creating a more pedestrian-oriented environment. And the proposed addition will continue the street wall along the McReynolds and matching the setback of properties in the immediate vicinity where there was before there was surface level parking and sidewalk, continuous sidewalk will be restored where there was a curb cut. The proposed development will retain as many of the natural features of the landscape as practicable because the proposed site plan will result in an increase of green space and tree canopy on site. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services do already exist or would be provided at no additional cost and will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the site is already improved and will require a limited amount of infrastructure and will also improve the rainwater drain off or the stormwater retention issues that are existing on the property. The proposed use would not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the proposed use would introduce multiple dwelling units and residence to a property where the previous use was a tax-exempt institution. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. That the conceptual floor plans and building elevations prepared by Integrated Architecture and dated October 31, 2018 and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans except as amended in this resolution. 2, that the Planning Commission waives the street classification location requirement of Section 5.9.20.B.1 of the zoning ordinance as the development proposed is a redevelopment project, and that all other use regulations of 5.9.20 for multiple family dwelling units shall apply. 3, the Planning Commission waives the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement of Section 5.5.06 permit the proposed multifamily residential use at this location. 4, the Planning Commission waives 11 on-site parking spaces provided that parking requirements are otherwise addressed using one or more of the methods of Section 5.10.05, including the use of mixed-use parking coefficient, on-street parking, bicycle parking, and also conversations with the nearby Basilica regarding parking, the possibility of a shared parking agreement. 5, that the 5 accessible units proposed meet the ANSI A117.1 standards for Type B accessible units per Section 5.5.06.I.3 of the zoning ordinance. 6, that the unused curb cut on McReynolds be removed and that the land restored to city standards. 7, that all units proposed to be occupied by tenants and not owners shall be registered and certified by the Code Compliance Division prior to occupancy. 8, that the development and or building permit shall be obtained before any site work, demolition, or building construction begins. 9, the proposed use will comply with all other city ordinances and policies and state laws. 10, that the applicant will work with city staff to determine the best location for the trash. And 11, that this approval shall take effect on November 24, 2018.
Support.
All right, we have a motion, support. Any final discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Is anyone good to go? Last case, ready? All right, here we go. Our final case, the applicant is the City of Grand Rapids, and we have some proposed ordinance amendments.
Before Landon starts, we also have Kristen Rewa in the audience, who's from the city attorney's office, who has assisted with the drafting of the amendment. So she may kind of jump in from time to time if there's any additional things that we've missed in going through this.
Shall
They,
I? All right.
yeah.
So this next item, as you mentioned, is text amendments related to medical marijuana. Just want to make a couple points real quick. I don't think there's been any interest in this at all, so we may not have any public comment. But if we do, please remember that you're limited to 3 minutes per person at the public hearing, and please queue up at the sign when we open the public hearing so we can keep things moving. I also want to mention, as you know, on Tuesday, recreational marijuana passed in the state. This hearing is only for medical. We'll be addressing recreational separately. So that said, as you're well aware, in July, the City Commission approved an ordinance opting into the Medical Marijuana Facilities Licensing Act for the state to allow medical marijuana facilities in the city.
Yeah.
A somewhat similar ordinance to what you as a body had passed in May, some similarities at least, but also some differences. Since that time, we have I usually say thankfully, and I think thankfully, we have a very active practitioner group and very open to willing to share their opinions with me. And we've identified several potential issues with the ordinance, some minor, some not so minor. And so we had a work session with the City Commission on October 9th to address some of those issues and get some guidance. And that we had prepared a discussion guide for the City Commission that's in your packet so that they could sort of look at those issues and consider what the issues are and what some possible solutions should be.
And in that presentation, there's some minor changes and questions and interpretations that we've addressed, but then the commission also gave us some direction on specific items that we discussed with them in the discussion guide. And the discussion guide really proved to be a good tool to kind of identify and call out some of those. And if you had a chance to review them, you can see some of the options that were addressed and some of the concerns raised by the industry and or staff.
And so in your packet, you should have the staff page. After that ends, about 5 pages in, you have the ordinance with the amendments shown, and then the discussion guide, and then some correspondence that we've received from various people since we published this. I want to real quickly just go over the minor changes, or what we consider minor, and then discuss the major changes in a little more detail. And I'll ask, I guess, stop for questions if we need to discuss each one as we go through, but I'll try to be fairly brief. Minor changes are really focused on consistency with spelling, with terminology, making sure that, as state legislation says, marijuana is spelled with an H in every case, making sure the lettering is correct and we're not having 2 Fs, for example, in a row. Clarification that 1 application is allowed per parcel. There were some questions about that, and I've talked to some practitioners who say it's still not as clear as I'd like to have. But basically saying if there's an application received for 1,000 Main Street, then we cannot receive another application for 1,000 Main Street until that application has been reviewed. Because there are separation distance requirements and a separation distance of 1,000 feet in general, sometimes 2,000 feet between marijuana facilities, that isn't intended to say that there is some sort of provisional buffer that applies once an application is received. That's just saying one application per address. So we can certainly work with the language to make sure that that's clear. We changed some requirements about what needs to be submitted as far as facility plans, security plans. Changed the name of VITA, which is Voluntary Equitable Development Agreement, to be more specific by changing it to MI VITA, Marijuana Industry VITA.
Where am I VITA?
Because it'll be specific. I know you were gunning for WIDA, but we removed some other requirements that were redundant from other places in the code. Clarified our odor control requirements, or as it's written right now, I believe, air contaminant requirements and how to deal with those. Defined a playground for the purposes of separation distances. And also a recent addition is just to add a sentence saying, to clarify that facility types that are not specifically authorized by this ordinance are otherwise prohibited. That's actually in the code and other places, but we just wanted to be pretty clear about that. So before I move on, any questions about the minor, what we consider minor changes before I talk about the majors? Yeah.
I just want to ask if we're allowing one application per parcel, does that address or does that allow for the wiggle room if a person is applying to be a dispensary and then potentially is applying to be a grower or a transportation facility? If that were to change, are they allowed to? Do you see where my question lies in terms of one per parcel?
Mm-hmm. So it would be, an application would be for a facility, and you could have co-located facilities
Right.
Where it would be a grower and processor provisioning center. We just want to make sure we're limiting those applications to one address and not receiving multiple applications for the same land use from different applicants for the same address.
Okay.
So we've had examples where you have a landlord who owns a property, I don't know, pick a street, and they've accepted 5 offers
Sure.
from 5 different groups for the same property.
Mhm.
And we didn't want to have, when we take in an application, the applicant's important to us, but the state of Michigan does the background check and they are permitting the applicant. We are looking at the property. And because we're looking at the property, we want one application for the property, we don't need 5.
So when I apply for my home of 248 Garfield Avenue Southwest to be a dispensary, and then I decide that I'm also applying to be a grower, can those be submitted? Do I have to wait for one to be decided before I do the other? I'm just asking about verbiage, really.
Your property is not eligible, Jim.
Well,
You're not eligible.
I was using that-
So we allow that co-location in industrial districts.
Right.
And we understand that there could be bundling of different licenses on the same property.
But are you asking if they can be submitted at different times?
I'm basically asking that if I submit something submitted, and then they want to make an adjustment to that because all of a sudden they realize, oh, I'm in industrial and now I can have a bundle.
Any special land use application where you add things as you go if you
Okay.
figure out
That
that
was
more
really where I
things
was
need to be requested. So.
I'm sure someone smarter than me has already addressed this. I'm just trying to get clarity.
So, yeah, to clarify the clarification, we could submit applications for multiple license types, but we'd have to consider each use separately, but it would still be one application for one parcel.
Okay.
Is that?
Thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions about those minor changes? Okay. One major amendment is to essentially, as the ordinance is currently written, all 5 license types would be required to have special land use approval by this body with a public hearing. We've received some input saying the safety compliance facility use and the secure transport use are more of a support industry to the main marijuana industry and also have less impact potentially than the other uses, other license types. And therefore, the amendment would change the review process from special land use for those 2 facility license types from special land use to director review. So we'd still have staff review, but would remove the public hearing and also the separation distance requirements. So right now, safety compliance facilities are allowed in most commercial districts and in industrial zone districts as a special land use. We would still only allow those in those districts, but take out the special land use part and the public hearing part and the separation distance requirements part. And therefore also some of the application process. We've talked about different methods of sort of determining planning commission consideration, sort of somewhat of a game, and we take those out of the game. The secure transport is only allowed currently in industrial zone districts as a special land use. It would continue to be only allowed in industrial zone districts, but no longer with the special land use requirement. So we take safety compliance facilities and secure transport out of the game.
The main distinction being they're not accessed by the public.
Correct.
And they're pretty benign uses. I think when we were looking at it, what we heard is how is a transporter different than an armored vehicle company or other similar company that does hauling or that type of activity. And right now they're allowed to hold the marijuana for 48 hours. There may be changes to that in the future, but right now that's what we're looking at. And safety compliance facilities, if it's a lab of sorts, because they have to do the testing and they have certain protocols they have to follow from the state of Michigan. How do we distinguish between that and other, labs? If it's a lab that's not open to the public, it's operating like a lab. So we were viewing that as also a pretty benign use and felt that, we could administratively approve it.
Okay.
And thus the removal of the separation distance also, it doesn't apply to that, like in the way that you have for provisioning centers and grows and processors.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next potential change. We identified an issue where you do have the co-located facilities where you could have a grower processor and as an accessory use, a provisioning center within that same facility, on the same property, I should say. The separation distance requirement for provisioning center to provisioning center is 2,000 feet, but for every other kind of facility is 1,000 feet. And so we had this issue where if you have a co-located facility in an industrial zone district, it would have a different separation distance requirement and be subject to a different separation distance than the other same uses on the parcel. So you could run into issues where you have a provisioning center just outside of the industrial zone district, let's say 1,100 feet away from the grower, and that grower would no longer be able to potentially have a provisioning center on their site. And for businesses whose business model depends on that, that presents a problem. So the amendment would change that so that industrially zoned provisioning centers, again, which can only be accessory to a grower and or processor, would have a 1,000 foot separation distance and be subject to a 1,000 foot separation. Any questions on that?
No.
Okay. Assignment of land use rights, the question has been, when is a facility? And that's for the purposes of separation distances. We've been sort of working through that. Would it be that when the application is submitted, when it's approved by the Planning Commission, if approved, when the effective date of the approval is, or when the license is approved by the state of Michigan? We clarified that question because it's a land use and your approval would be for a special land use. A facility would become a facility for the purpose of separation distances when on the effective date of the special land use approval. So and that's typically 16 days later than the approval. So the special land uses you've been approving today, November 8th, they're effective on November 24th. And therefore, if you had approved a marijuana facility today, that separation distance would go into force on November 24th. Make sense? Any questions on that?
What about the
Can you
ones
have
that are not?
concurrent applications?
I'm sorry, I got two.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, so one of the proposals for this ordinance amendment is, or language amendment is, taking away special land use for those two types of facilities.
Correct.
So when would those be considered facilities?
Upon the effective date of the director review.
Okay.
So for the safety compliance lab and secure transport, they would sort of be taken out of the separation distance game altogether.
Oh, right. Okay.
So they would no longer have that.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't
Sorry.
worry about it.
Of course. Sorry.
If you have two applications in that are less than the separation distance,
Yes.
how do you handle that?
So I mentioned sort of the game as far as assigning the order of consideration. The order is very important.
So first in.
So the first in,
considered.
what it would be effective. Once it's effective, it would then
Right, so, got it. Okay.
cut out the other ones. We intend to publish the address
Yeah.
and the type of facility and the separation distance that would be enforced and the date and so sort of the status on the web. Make sure everyone that needs to know can know. And so that way, and also we have a map, and we put the property right on the map and have the distance show up, but it might be in different colors. So maybe it's dashed when it's not yet enforced, but it's in application process or is scheduled with the Planning Commission.
Okay.
But the application process is going to be very important to get the consideration order.
So as this body considers special land use for these applications, the city is taking them first come, is what I'm hearing, right? The date
The
that,
first round will be, there is a crazy application
Whole
process.
methodology.
I actually honestly don't really want to get into that too much because
Okay.
it could confuse the conversation. But once the Planning Commission reviews these applications, regardless of how they get into the order, the effect of that separation distance would only happen once you approve it.
And would the planning commission have the information necessary to make it aware that there may or may not be a better or another parallel application that would be impacted by the distance, or no?
You won't know.
I mean, you could.
You can safely assume there will be.
Yeah, we expect that there will be some overlap, but you would need to consider an application on the merits of that application and only that. So we wouldn't be able to consider who else is in that buffer area.
That order of operations is not up for consideration today.
I understand, and I
We're
that's
not talking
appreciated.
about how that intake takes place, just so everyone knows that's not part of our discussion or
Great.
our purview.
And mostly not because I don't want to talk about it. It's just
I
take
get
a while
it.
to explain. And
it's
interest
not
of time, I want to
land use.
move on. And we won't be discussing it. It won't
City policy.
matter too much to the planning commission. Okay, so can I answer any more questions about that item? All right, definition of a school. There was a question about what exactly is a school because it has a 1,000-foot separation distance. Some separation distances can be waived. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. This one can't be. In particular, I think there were a couple of remote, like playing fields, possibly other uses that are sort of affiliated with schools, and there was a lot of question, is that considered a school for the purposes of separation distances? So we wanted to clarify, so this amendment includes playing field. Let's see, and I know that I've received some correspondence in opposition to that. Any questions about that amendment? Okay. And I'll explain all the correspondence that I've gotten as well. Separation distance waivers, 3 of the 6 land uses, or 7, that require separation distance waivers. 3 of those, parks and playgrounds, religious institutions, and licensed substance use disorder programs, those can be waived. As the ordinance was originally written, and, well, I shouldn't say originally, as the ordinance was adopted by the City Commission, they included some language that said those land uses can have their separation distance waived. There's been some question about how would that happen. This amendment would make it clear that essentially, instead of having the practitioner go out and obtain a waiver, some sort of waiver language or form, or formal waiver from that land use, whatever it might be, essentially the waiver would just become a default unless objected, unless the owner and operator of that land use, if they're different, would object to having the waiver be granted. Regardless of whether it's sort of a proactive thing or a reactive thing, the Planning Commission will be the ultimate decision maker on whether or not to grant the waiver. But it's a big deal because if the waiver is not granted, then that property is ineligible to even be heard. So this approach sort of says, okay, this may need a waiver. We're still going to have the Planning Commission be able to hear it. We have a notification process this way, and it's sort of on the operator. It's on the sensitive land use to object instead of on the practitioner to go get that waiver.
That was based off of the model with the MLCC and licensing for alcohol uses.
Yes.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the MLCC denies an application.
Correct.
It just comes into consideration, right?
Correct.
But we're saying here, if they object to the waiver, it's done.
No.
The Planning Commission has the ultimate
You have the
authority to
ultimate
say
authority.
yes or no to a waiver.
So you could have a church object,
And we could
and
still...
you could still say,
Okay,
you could
all
still
right,
grant the
that's-
waiver.
okay, that wasn't
Under the
clear.
current model, if the applicant went out to a church and said, please give me a waiver, and they gave that person a waiver, and then they came here, you could still say no.
Sure. Okay.
Under this
I
model,
was just
it's
not
just
clear to me. I
it's
thought
on
you
the
were
church
saying
or the.
if, I thought you said if the church doesn't grant a waiver, it's ineligible.
No, right. That is not what I was saying.
That's
what I was. Okay, if the church says we object,
Yeah.
then they've made their case known.
And then that's
It's
part of our
still
consideration
on to you
at that
to
point.
determine
Okay,
whether or not
got
you
it.
think that the waiver should
Great.
be.
That's how. Great. I like that. Cool. Okay. Sorry.
And I'm looking for lawyer in the back for a thumbs up on that.
There-
I want to make sure that I'm explaining that correctly.
I've been spending the last 48 hours reading recreational law. Sorry.
What's that? Recreational.
And while Kristen's looking at that, you will have a standard in here that was added for parks waiver, right? You added to the.
That will be in the,
Yeah,
So
so,
ordinance or
yeah, so the
policy?
way, I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry. with
It should be in the
waiver,
ordinance.
can it be in ordinance or policy?
Both. So the actual,
Thank you.
so for parks, it's a two-prong analysis. There's, first, it's the landowner, which is going to be the board of supervisors or the city commission will say, do we want a waiver or not? There's a process there. But there's still a land use determination of this board of here are the land use considerations you take into consideration in terms of whether you're going to grant that waiver or not. But the way that this is worded is, if there is an objection to a request for a waiver, you consider the landowner's objection to the waiver as part of your analysis, in addition to your land use requirements. So it is possible that you could still go forward and grant from a land use perspective.
Are there standards provided?
Yes, they are, whether the proposed distance waiver, if granted, would not impair the quality of life, damage neighborhood character, discourage commercial retail viability and variety, not harm stability of industrial areas, and whether one or more of the following conditions exist which will reduce potential detrimental impacts if the waiver is granted. And we're also looking at exceptional topographic or environmental conditions and orientation of the sensitive use and or location of its primary entrances. So for example, if you have a park and the proposed use is on the north end of the park, but the park has a huge steep slope that really nobody can use, maybe that's something you consider, well, yeah, it's by a park, but it's really not, the main use of the park, or it's not really going to have a detrimental impact because of this unique feature. Or it's right by the main entrance and it's right by the playground, that's going to, come into my consideration from a land use perspective. So there are some standards built into for you as a guide when analyzing the request for waiver.
And those were added
Yes.
as part of these amendments.
Subjective to me, though.
The intent of putting the standards in was to try to remove as much of the subjectivity as possible and give you something to respond to when you're considering whether this waiver should be granted.
It's not usual to have waivers with separation distances.
All right.
But that was the request of the city commission. And when they amended the ordinance or they approved the ordinance, that's what they put in. And then you guys get to figure it out.
Thanks.
Oh, boy.
So anything else about the waiver provision before I keep moving? All right. License transfer restrictions. There had been a section in there about basically you can't transfer your license, you can't transfer land use. That seemed to kind of push up against the Zoning Enabling Act. So we didn't want to have it be problematic, so we took it out. Essentially, land use rights are granted and those stay with the property unless abandoned. Any questions on that? Okay. Pre-qualification, as the ordinance is...
Wait. Let me make sure I got that. Just like in other cases, you say this goes with the property as opposed to the current owner.
Yes,
The property change hands, the licensure.
The land use would remain, you would still have rights to that land use on that property regardless of the owner. As it was written, that would have changed, and we weren't sure we could do that. So we removed that so that it would be clear that you've received land use rights unless abandoned. So if that land use changes, or there are various ways, and you can say abandonment of rights if it has happened. If the land use rights are abandoned, then there are no more rights on that property. But if they're not abandoned and all it changes is ownership, you would continue to have land use rights, and we want to make that clear. And we can always jump back to other points if we keep thinking about it. I want to move on.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a good
big
question.
So as far as pre-qualification goes, at the state level, there are two steps. The first, phase one approval, is pre-qualification. That's essentially a background check. And as the ordinance was adopted, we require that pre-qualification to have already happened. The applicant has to have pre-qualification in hand before they can apply for local approval. With the state, once you have pre-qualification, then you get local approval. So through whatever means necessary, the legal means, local approval, if that's approved, then you would do permitting construction, get your certificate of occupancy, then you would go back to the state and say, I have all that done, can I have my license, please? And presumably they'd grant that. So we currently require that pre-qualification prior to application for local approval. This change that's proposed, we received some guidance from the City Commission saying, maybe not, let's remove the pre-qualification requirement and instead require that you show that you have applied to the state for pre-qualification, including paying the $6,000 application fee for that. And at that point, if you can prove that that's happened, then you could apply for local approval. Some considerations, I mean, I've received a lot of correspondence about this, and I expect that some folks in the audience will want to talk about this tonight. But some considerations that I'm not sure what the results of the Medical Marijuana Licensing Board, the state, were today. They had a meeting earlier today, but at least up until today, they had a denial rate of about 42%. So removing this requirement could, on one hand, drastically increase the number of applications we received in the first round, and also we could be spending a significant amount of staff time and resources and planning commission time considering applications that will get denied at the state level from pre-qualification. So there are certainly some considerations. On the other hand, it's also, there has been a significant backlog at the state for processing applications that were put in place 6 months ago, whatever it might be, and it's been taking a while to work through those. So it could be a barrier to some applicants by having to have that. We've also heard of, or been aware of, some potential property owners who have no intention of actually getting pre-qualification, but submit the application to the state, hoping that they can get approved for land use rights. Oh, well, they didn't get the pre-qualification, but now they have land use rights and they could sell their property. So we've heard a whole bunch of different considerations on that.
That was my concern, that if I was interested in increasing the value of my property, I apply for it, even though I wouldn't take that into consideration until I sold the property. It seems as if there were some sunset provision that could prevent that from happening.
12 months?
We do have, the ordinance reads, I was just reading that actually to verify. Failure to obtain state license, in addition to the requirements stated, it's a section, whichever, the applicant fails to obtain the necessary license from LARA within the 1-year approval period or any extension, the director or special land use approval shall expire.
But
So
once
if-
the land use rights are in effect, as in once the approval, if you approve a special land use and it becomes effective, even at that point, you still have special land use being in effect, and the property owner, if they had no intention of actually opening, could still transfer the land use rights to any other owner, like any other.
But if they're
land
not
use.
using it,
And I'm sorry to interrupt.
then it's abandoned.
If they don't use it after a year,
Yeah.
Then we would hold a hearing, revoke that approval, and then start over with a new, with allowing people to submit for special.
which I actually want to tie in real quick to the next point, which it had set up an automatic revocation of special land use rights in the original because we were concerned about that, but we can't do that. But we have at least guidelines. We're adding some guidelines so that we can say, no, there's no automatic revocation, but providing, like other land uses that we have this provision in the code for, if after a year of no change, or essentially the land use rights could be abandoned under certain circumstances, it just requires a public hearing like any other special land use. So we're just making that clear in this next point. But as it is right now, well, I mean, we could see that issue where you have applicants who are still playing games, and once they receive the land use rights, they still have a year to figure out how to transfer ownership.
So why this pre-approval piece is important and a challenge, and you'll hear about it from the audience, is that if by lifting the pre-approval requirement, there's 2 phases for approval from LARA. Phase 1 is your background check and the worthiness of the applicant. Phase 2 is the site itself and the building facility, or the facility being requested. So if you can't make it past phase 1, right? So they have a 42% fail rate in phase 1, that pre-qual requirement. And if we have approval for a site for someone who has not yet been pre-qualed, they may or may not meet that, at the same time, once you've given that land use approval, boom, you then have this radius around and no one else can come in while they're trying to get pre-qual, but they have the failure rate's pretty big. So that's a concern.
Well, we'd also fill up the agenda with 42% of cases that can't be
Right,
realized.
you could be having hearings that will never occur, other than they have an approved site. And so for the other applicants, they're challenged now because they can't come in and request that, but then because they have land use rates, they could sell the site to somebody who would pass and get that approval.
If I were to apply and get approved, I have a year to grow.
You have a year for approval from the state of Michigan and to start initiating your business.
Is there a requirement for volume of business or any amount of growth would meet that requirement? That's the first question. This is very similar to how they manage tobacco. I come from tobacco. I just left the family farm in North Carolina last week, and that's the way they regulated tobacco. You have to have a license from the state to plant tobacco, and there's a set of rules that you have to follow in terms of using that. And if I have a license for 5 acres and I don't plant but 4, the next year I'll only get 4 acres in my license. I could also, under those circumstances, sell or rent my license for 5 acres to my neighbor who can plant it on his farm. Don't necessarily have to use my farm, but he's using my acreage. And I don't know whether or not there's a provision that it has to be in the facility that is approved for to meet that requirement.
So I think 2 things. One, this is directly related to the property that you are looking at.
Right.
So everything that happens and improves is non-transferable.
Non-transferable,
It
that's
sticks with that property. And how the exchange of cannabis occurs is really going to be up to the state of Michigan and their licensing procedures. So
Or the amount.
that's not
Was
something that we do.
The reasoning to remove the pre-qualification requirement so that it was a more open process for smaller players?
So the thinking was that if there's people who have not yet gone through, 2 things. One is that, according to the state, a lot of people who were early pre-qualified were those businesses that opened up in Lansing, Detroit initially. And some of the bigger players or some of the other players at the from outside of the state or other locations may not have yet applied, but they would have a high performance record. So that was one question. The other one was if the City Commission was concerned about being able to allow for local businesses to apply and other individuals who may not be watching the industry as closely as the larger players in the industry who have been monitoring this very, very closely. And in some cases, some people started buying property 2 years ago in anticipation of this. So the City Commission recognized that and felt that they should provide opportunities for individuals who might be coming late to the party to also apply if they have not gotten the jump on the pre-qual and how that works.
Okay. Well, we can take that into consideration when we make the recommendation.
Just real quick, as far as governing the amount of cannabis, in this case, that could be grown, we would not govern that. It would be, your land use rights would be in effect and continuing if you've made significant progress towards opening. So you could pull permits, you could show that you're doing something towards, that would put your land use into effect. It wouldn't expire at that point unless you showed that you were abandoning. But if you
But it has to be
planted-
substantial progress.
It would have to be substantial progress.
Is how I look
But
at it.
if you were to plant 10,000 plants and then the next year did 8,000, that wouldn't constitute any loss of land use rights.
Okay, so wait, Linda, can you just review again, what the order is for getting approval? Is it pre-qualification from the state first, and then they come to us?
Right now, as adopted, we require that pre-qualification
Yes.
first. Then they
So
can
this
come to us, so they
amendment-
have to have that in hand in order to submit an application. If it's changed, they would just have to show that they've submitted the paperwork to the state and pay the fee.
Okay, so it's essentially removing that pre-qualification in the amendment, in these amended changes.
Correct.
Okay.
But the $6,000 would have to be paid up front.
The $6,000 is a fee paid to the state.
Right.
And that would be required for them to submit pre-qualification.
Yep.
We have a separate fee that we would charge.
Okay.
And then the final major change would be the dates of acceptance and effect. We had originally adopted an ordinance saying the effective date of this ordinance is November 1st, and application acceptance shortly thereafter. That did not happen, and the City Commission put a moratorium, in fact, in September until March or whenever a date is set. I would suggest just say okay with that. And the City Commission, we have a calendar that we're working through based on when this ordinance could go through to when the earliest effective date could be. We threw on January 17th
22nd.
as an effective date, and 22nd as an application date, I think, which would be one of the earliest possible dates. I'm not even sure if it could be feasible now. For what it's worth, I know that I wrote in my staff page here that the first reading of these amendments, regardless of the recommendation of this body, it will be a recommendation to the City Commission. We originally expected that a first reading by the City Commission would be on November 27th. We now believe it's going to be December 4th.
Yes.
Instead of November 27th. So you may also hear about dates of November 13th. That's the date of the City Commission discussing policies, not these ordinance amendments. So policies about the Equitable Development Agreement, about the application process, about the zoning fee refund schedule, et cetera.
The park waiver.
The park waiver. But the ordinance changes would be first reviewed by the City Commission on December 4th at this point.
So these dates are going to change at the city commission level, so
And that doesn't really
Don't worry about it.
impact us.
So I would say then, if you choose to recommend approval or whatever you decide to do, as far as that section goes, I wouldn't put too much worry into it. But that it would be a change to the ordinance. I have received a significant amount of correspondence about these amendments. Several emails have expressed opposition to the removal of the pre-qualification requirement. I received emails expressing opposition to that. Also, opposition to the school definition. I received another email opposed to the school definition. Received emails concerned about the waiver requirements in general, and also have received an email about with some considerations about the product packaging and interior display. I want to mention just real quick about along those lines. The interior display concern was about a section that talks about the interior transparency that's required. We have a section talking about there has to be transparency inside, so you could basically for provisioning centers you would have some visibility between the lobby and the inner store. And a lot of provisioning centers will have like a lobby and completely separated from the store sort of area. And there's a transparency requirement, but then there's also a requirement that says you shouldn't be able to see products on display. And so to combine with our transparency requirements for the building, that interior transparency requirement and this product display prohibition, that they're sort of in conflict. So I received an email asking about that. Also, there's a section talking about transport of, not transport, the exterior, that no equipment used in growing, production, sale, processing, or transport of marijuana can be placed or stored outside of an enclosed building. I don't think the intent of that was, with the transport section, was to require that vehicles, like for secure transporters or safety compliance, or provisioning centers have a delivery service. I don't think the intent was to require that those would be inside a garage. It might be worth clarifying that, so we can put some language in that section to clarify that it's okay to have an armored truck outside, if you believe that that's appropriate. And then finally, just a concern about the negative air pressure. We talk about air contamination mitigation or odor control. I'm not sure where that is right now. But essentially it requires negative air pressure for the purposes of maintaining odor, so that the air will come into the building. Just wanted to make sure that there was some allowance for emergency ventilation in the case of emergency, to allow ventilation of the building. I think that was the intent, to still allow that, but it might be worth clarifying in the ordinance about that. I think I've covered it. Any questions? More questions?
Questions for Landon? Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. And I would just suggest reminding about the...
Yes, sir. Yeah. All right, I will open up the public hearing. If you're here today on this case, now is your chance to come forward, state your name, and share your thoughts with us. Again, I'll remind you to please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less so that we can move through these quickly. And please don't hesitate to queue up here so we can keep things going.
Hello, my name is Jay Fleming. I am a cannabis consultant from Kalamazoo. This week's passage of Prop 1 adds another layer to your continued conversation regarding the regulation of cannabis facilities. Knowing your city's history, I find it highly unlikely that you'll be able to maintain an opt-out approach to adult use licensing, and thus feel it's imperative that for your city to examine its medical cannabis zoning decisions and how they will apply to adult use. Historically, as markets shift from medical to adult use, existing medical facilities have needed to convert if they want to survive. Failure to zone in a way that supports this conversion from medical to adult use will result in preventable financial losses for affected businesses. Last night while I was looking over the ordinance, I emailed Landon about a couple of the things I noticed, and he's addressed some of them, but I'd like to continue to address them. Section 5.9.19.g.2. A, no marijuana or equipment used in the growing, production, sale, processing, or transport of marijuana can be placed or stored outside of an enclosed building. And addressing, is this the city's intent to force secure transporters to have indoor garage space for all of their vehicles? Wouldn't this create an undue financial burden, hindering further expansion and growth of these less profitable industry, parts of the industry? The MMFLA's new administrative rules, which take effect in December, also grant provisioning centers the privilege of providing patients with deliveries. Will they also be required to have indoor parking for the delivery vehicles? Safety compliance facilities also have to go out to get the product that they're bringing into testing. Again, that language concerns me about how they operate. And again, sections G.3. B and D, neither marijuana nor marijuana-infused products may be directly visible from the exterior of the facility. Interior walls between waiting rooms and display areas shall be 40% glass. Again, in practice, I see these two sections causing a great deal of conflict with each other. Together, they're requiring visibility of a display area from the outside while requiring what is displayed to be held out of view. This, in many cases, will strictly dictate methods of display and exchange and hamper businesses' ability to provide the type of shopping experience they want for their customers. And then the last part is G.3. I. Roman numeral 3. Negative air pressure must be maintained inside the building. Code will require many of these facilities, especially grows and processors, to be equipped with emergency venting equipment to protect workers from exposure to excessive CO2 concentrations, or in the cases of processors, other harmful gases that may escape due to equipment failures. I suggest language that recognizes these exceptions along with requirements for reporting emergency venting events and a mechanism to apply fines to licensees who fail to address practices that result in said venting events. Also, is it the city's intent to require that the secure transporters have this type of negative pressure as well? It seems like that would conflict with vehicle maintenance or vehicle storage type of standards. And that is it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you.
I'm Brandon Knitz, involved with a applicant that is seeking to put a facility on Hall Street. Our concern is the removal of the pre-qualification. There's significant capital requirements, not only the failure rate, and by removing that, people will be able to apply for something that they will not get qualified for, and it will lengthen the period of time before people that have spent the resources, have the capital, and have the ability to get pre-qualified to actually enter the market. It also encourages real estate speculation because somebody that has no interest in being a licensor can apply for a license, apply to the city, get a grant, and then sell it to somebody. That's, it's going to be a very difficult environment for people that are serious about putting these businesses in the community. That's it. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eric Foster. I'm with Banks & Company Cannabis Practice Group. A couple of things. One, I wanted to speak in support of the removal of the pre-qualification requirement. There are right now with Laura over 1,000 businesses and groups that have applied for the application process. Laura has reviewed at the board level 260 221. So you have applicants who are in the process, in the queue, that are stuck, if you will, in line based upon the ability of the staff to get through all the applications. And then if there's questions that they may have regarding your application, that can actually move you backwards in the process. The entities that are going through and we work with, we've got 3 different clients that are coming into the community. One that already has a property and 2 that are applying, and we're going through the process and finding properties. They're a diverse group of clients, and removing that gives you the opportunity to have a diverse mix of local and Michigan residents who have an opportunity, not just from Grand Rapids, but also from communities of color and other disadvantaged groups. Additionally, wanted to say with respect to the MRTMA, the recreational initiative that passed last night, the good thing is you've got plenty of time to look at that and how you would zone for that, because that doesn't impact the MMFLA. Actually, it's in the MRTMA, Section 4.1, subsection 2, as well as Section 8.1, and the MMFLA, Part 2, Section 204, and Section 206 create specific guidelines that separate the 2 laws, as well as don't impact or overrule either of the 2 laws. They both set and exist as separate companion entities, as well as the MMA, under Michigan law, but they're not combined, blended, merged. So you've got time to work on that while you get the medical entity in the right way. And the city's done a great job. Suzanne, Landon, the commissioners, you all have done a really great job of setting up an environment for all the cities we've engaged with in this process that's balanced, fair, and can provide the best case opportunity for growth and impact. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Could you review those numbers you gave? About 1,000. You said there were about 1,000 applications, and then 221 have been. Were they approved or reviewed?
So 138 have been approved, and 83 have been denied. So my math might have been a little off, but there's over 1,000 that are in the queue. We have multiple clients. We have one client who their queue number is 903. We have another client that's 1,064. So there's a lot of good, qualified, capitalized applicants who are just, it's a process. And it takes time to review the financial documentation. If you have 4 or 5 applicants, it's a lot of paperwork that the state has to go through. Okay. So they shouldn't be negatively impacted by requiring. And most other communities, like Owasso and others, don't have that as a requirement. They have proof of submission as the requirement.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We can respond on that. If talk
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Raphael. I am a building owner and multiple businesses owner in the city of Grand Rapids. I'm here to talk about the new proposed definition of school. The property that I own, it was for some reason showed as approved property, so I started receiving multiple calls from various entities. However, there is a field, it's called Hausman Field, located on Diamond Street. And as the due diligence process started with that, there was not a clarified answer on if Hausman Field is considered school or not. So with the new ordinance, the current adopted ordinance are almost identical to the MLCC. Very almost identical language. And the new proposed ordinance are simply adding playing field. I'm not sure if that is to address Houseman Field directly, or is it, something, that addresses multiple properties in the city. Not to, to go a little bit more in depth in Houseman Field. Houseman Field currently have a restriction on its deed to be used as athletic facility only. There's only 7 high school games happen during that field during the year. It's currently service a professional soccer field, or soccer team, if you will, and also it serves alcoholic beverages on its property, and that was one of the, that was one of the things that when the entity was trying to buy the building, raised all these questions. It was not a clear answer on how to address that. And I believe with the new addition or the new proposed playing field added to the school definition, that will fall over here. It's not a true clarification. It's more likely just broadening the definition of school, which might include properties are probably should not be identified as school and whatnot. Again, last but not least, just to mention the exact across the street property across the street from us is currently approved, but it's just outside of the 1,000 feet. We're like right on the border. So I propose if you can be parallel to the MLCC, if I would apply for probably a liquor license at my building, I will get approved, because by definition this will not be considered as a school on the current adopted ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Jamie Cooper. I am a cannabis consultant for the industry. I did want to provide an update from LARA. This morning they had a board meeting, so as of right now, there's a total of 819 applications that's been submitted to the state, paid the $6,000 application fee. State has collected about $5 million at this point. Total approved have been 67. 40 of those are provisioning centers. None of those provisioning centers are located here in West Michigan. In fact, one of the ones that was applying for a license in Crockery Township in Unica, they did not secure their pre-qualification, and they will be shutting down. There's another provisioning center down in Kalamazoo, Portage, that will be shutting down possibly. So that means there's no accessibility for patients. So I think time is of a serious essence with 300,000 qualified patients in Michigan. There's a lot of places have shut down, so it's really difficult for patients to go find their medicine. There have been 222 pre-qualifications. Right now, that failure rate sits at 37%. This means that there's 600 applications that have yet to even be pre-qualified. So I think it's important to drop that pre-qualification requirement, because there's a lot of those applications that from people that have been very involved in the community, are investing into the community, and I would like to see them have a chance at this, and not only go to 200 people. And then Jay, he sent some paperwork on the marketing of edibles. As you know, Prop 1 passed. The opposition had a lot of TV ads talking about edibles, and the potency is regulated, unlike some of those ads that we saw, and so are the logos of these establishments. So it's very regulated. So I just want that to kind of serve as a purpose to ease your mind. And then Kent County, on Prop 1, I think it is important to think about adult use in our future as we make amendments to this, because 152,000 people in Kent County voted yes. The state, it was a 55% to 44%, and that was a clear yes. And so I think that's something that really does need to stay on your mind as we move forward. And then, but yeah, thank you for that pre-qualification part, because I think that that is very needed. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Omar Fakori. I really have two
two points that I wanted to raise. Generally speaking, though, I'm happy with the ordinance and the amendments. But the 2 points were, one, on pre-qualification, which we've heard a lot about today. I strongly urge you to include a pre-qualification status to any applicant. I mean, the idea of having somebody go through a special land use process, community engagement, and then realize they have a 40% chance that they're not going to make it to that next step, it just seems like inefficient resources for everybody. So I think some speakers have been talking about this backlog. It's a bit misleading. There is a backlog for sure. It's not as large as people are making it out. I mean, it really is sort of 2 parts to getting approved by the state of Michigan. I submit my application, there's back and forth dialogue. If you're not responsive to that dialogue, yeah, you're going to sit there for some time. So if I got a question from the state of Michigan, I'm replying the next day to make sure I stay in the queue. For people that are just sitting there trying to figure out how they want to respond, yeah, it's going to take a lot more time. So just as an idea, it took me 2.5 months to get through the process. And I don't have any political connections, and I'm a pretty small player. So that's my comments on pre-qual. My second is on the school definition. So my general thought is I'm happy to clarify what a school is. I think being more black and white is good. But the definition that's proposed actually kind of expands the definition of a school. So by adding a playing field with school activities, that kind of opens it up, right? So someone mentioned Hausman Field. I mean, yeah, there's a few high school football games there, but 98% of the use is a professional sports field. Do we really want to call that a school? And I'm not sure if there's other properties just like that, but the idea to consider that a school just doesn't make sense. It's almost like Ford Field has high school football championship games there. Would we consider Ford Field a school? I wouldn't think so. So urge you to kind of have more of a standard approach. The idea of an MLCC definition, it's consistent, it's what we've used. There's really no reason to expand it, is what I would propose. That's it for now. Thank you.
So Omar, then does it go, we need to figure out where it goes? Like, how do we define it? So is it more like a park and playground than a school?
I mean, it's not a public park either. I mean, it's a sports facility. It's a sports complex. I'd kind of categorize it under that bucket, not necessarily an educational use.
But Hausman Field's still publicly owned.
Yeah, but does that really determine land use, who owns the property? I mean, the city of Grand Rapids owns property all across the city. I wouldn't use that as any determining factor on what the use is.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Nico Pinto. I'm here with Terrapin Care Station. We are a Boulder-based cannabis company with roots here in Grand Rapids. We are very excited to come into your community. There's just a few issues I want to bring to your attention, some more clarification than anything else. Mr. Bartley raised a good point on the provisional buffer language. I think that needs a little bit of clarification, specifically the first part about one application per parcel will be considered. If you could clarify how you would determine who would be considered first. Is it the first to file? Is it the whoever you decide looks the best? So that I just think needs to be clarified. Also, the language about an existing application, about a specific parcel, and whether or not that would create the 2,000-foot buffer for provisioning centers and 1,000-foot buffer for a marijuana facility. I think a way to address that could be, you could say an application issued for a specific parcel does not per se foreclose an application for an adjacent parcel to be considered. However, once an application for a specific parcel has been granted, no other application for adjacent parcels within X amount of feet shall be considered. I think that will help clarify the issue around when those buffers start to come into play. Additionally, another issue I think that is worth taking a little more look at is the setbacks provisions, specifically the waivers in the neighborhood districts. I think after Tuesday night, the voters of Grand Rapids were fairly clear that they are embracing cannabis, especially for adult use in this community. I think a way to address the neighborhood issue is to allow for a waiver process whereby a neighborhood owner could give an affirmative, yes, I would allow this to come into my community, or vice versa, where they could have the opportunity to object. But I do think waivers for neighborhood districts are something that should be considered by the Commission. Other than that, I think you guys are doing a great job. I think you guys are moving in the right direction. I do urge you as well with adult use to keep that in the back of your minds as you're working through all of these issues, because as we've seen in Colorado, although they start off different, recreational and medical, they do become hand in hand. We're actually looking this year at combining our statutes to have a commercial marijuana code. So just keep that in mind as you're deliberating. And I thank you very much for your time this evening. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Do you have that language that you read? Is it just amending the language that you...
It is. I have it written on this paper. It's kind of chicken scratch, but I'd be more than happy to email that to you if you'd like.
If you could email it to Landon or give it to Landon, and then if there's something that needs to be amended here, that would be great.
Certainly. My pleasure.
Anyone else? All right, last call. All right, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, does the city want to respond? Okay.
Well, I think the number of applications, I mean, Landon, we've had discussions with Director Briscoe? Yeah. From Lara, and talking about their caseload and kind of who's going through the pre-qual process. I don't know if you want, can you elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, I know that he had felt that the original, like the backlog of applications from February of 2018 is going to be complete by, I think, about a year after that. So he feels like
So
they're
this
working
coming
through
February,
it.
March.
Mm-hmm. And they've been adding more meetings to try to address it. I can only speculate on how that's going. I was just told that the denial rate is a little bit higher than 42% as of today. That's a different subject.
Did you say the denial rate is higher than
42%?
42%. But I don't know the numbers on that too. It's hard to say how Valera's going to go. Other than speculation.
Discussion. Commissioners, what's on these things?
So just a reminder, you are not approving or denying any of the changes that are before you. We're recommending to the City Commission. And then timeline, the City Commission will hear it December 4 and decide whether or not they want to set a public hearing, or if they wish to move it to adopt, which would put it still in adoption in December. From a timeline, when we'd be accepting applications, the discussion next Tuesday is going to really help direct that, because when we're talking about parks waivers, part of the application process has it that we would expect a waiver to be granted by the city for parks prior to the receipt of an application, and we don't want that to mess up people in queue. So what we may do is have the applications heard for parks waivers by the City Commission in January, February, depending on the number. There's 19 parks that would be affected within 1,000 feet of a potential facility, and then accept applications for special land use possibly, but it depends on what the City Commission decides to do.
And I'll probably be asking practitioners, I'll probably be asking to at least identify how many parcels, how many potential locations are going to be within 1,000 feet of a park, so we can have an idea of how many, of what the process will be to try to get the City Commission to review those possible park waivers up front. I would expect we'll do that by the end of this month. We'll be asking for that. So keep that in mind, practitioners here and listening on Facebook.
So the City Commission would look at the park waivers? We wouldn't look at park waivers?
So what they are, there's 3 policies that are going to them next Tuesday. One is a City Commission waiver for parks with standards. They're different standards than what you're going to have. So for example, if they're looking at the Parks Master Plan, like they're taking in consideration the facility in the Parks Master Plan and some other things that we're not asking you to do. So they'll be looking at that. So it's kind of the procedures for them. They decide that's what they want to do. The Parks Advisory Board had the opportunity to be able to weigh in, and they've opted, they took a vote to not, to leave it to the City Commission to address. So, and the City Commission accepted that, and so they're willing to hear those requests. It's still up to the Planning Commission, however, when you're looking at the bigger context of a request. Parks waiver is part of that, but you're looking at everything. So this is one of those rare opportunities you could have to override the city commission if you felt that that it wasn't warranted. So it's one of those tricky things that we find ourselves in. So, but that's one. The other city commission policy that they'll be looking at is the MyVita piece, and kind of what that will do is instruct staff on the ordering of applications before you.
And I think that draft policy will be available online tomorrow.
It will be online tomorrow.
So on the web portal, under City Commission items for next week's City Commission meeting, we'll have that item, and anyone can download it. It'll be public information, including list the possible policy for the Vita. We have some work to do on that, I think. But I want to make a quick point about the recreational question. Some folks had said in the public hearings, consider adult use or recreational use. It'll be the City Commission's decision on to whether or not to opt out. The recreational language is such that where the Medical Facilities Licensing Act said you must opt in, the Recreational Act says you must opt out. So they still have to make that decision. Given that the local, within city limits, the voters approved it by 71%. I can speculate on how the City Commission will decide, but to their point, I think the idea is that it will be very difficult for us to have different zoning rules for recreational versus medical. We probably have a very similar kind of zoning ordinance that would govern the placement and the how and where would recreational facilities be located should the City Commission decide not to opt out. So I think, given that, certainly it's worth keeping in the back of your mind, but keep in mind that this is what we have right now before us is a medical ordinance only.
With the definition of schools, would those requests still come to us and we'd be able to waive them?
No.
That is where I heard early on, once the definition of school is potentially changed, that is not something we can waive. But parks is this thing City Commission's going to talk about, and that could be potentially something we could waive. And therefore, based on the conversation we are hearing, I'm wondering, I understand the intent is to clarify what a school is, but I feel like the playing field is more of a park where I'd like to have the ability to say, wait a minute, that's a playing field because every day there's soccer from the elementary school, and that is a playing field because 7 times a year they have a football game. I do see the argument that should be something that we can talk about as a body. And I'm struggling to think about calling it a school because, to your point, we can't waive it. So if we change the definition, then we don't have an opportunity to consider the variables.
I think we know what a school is.
Do we?
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't know what a university.
So a couple things that jump out at me that are worth discussing. I think, you've done a lot of great work on cleaning these things up and clarifying some points. As you discussed, the storage of transport vehicles and things, I don't think that was intended to force vehicles to be parked inside. So I don't know how we clarify that necessarily, or if there's a way we can just instruct you to.
I would suggest just being very clear
language on the fly.
Yeah,
Right.
You're just,
I think we
you know.
just have to identify vehicles or exempting vehicles from that provision. I think that's a
As
relatively
opposed to
simple thing.
equipment, different things.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Because we'll be supplying the minutes of this meeting to the City Commission, and we can incorporate changes that you've identified into the language that we give to the Commission, and I'm sure we'll also provide them with the video.
I guess I do have a question about the whole pre-qualification thing. I'm just worried, concerned about it from a staff time perspective if we do get rid of it, and also just knowing how full our meeting agendas are currently. If we're hearing 42% of cases that are not going to get approved, I just don't know if it's an undue burden to remove that, but, I understand the reasoning too. I just, I want to express some concerns about the amount of cases that we would hear that we could not go through.
So I guess I'll play devil's advocate. I don't know what Landon's going to say.
Out loud.
Out loud. The more I think about this, I mean, I do appreciate the prequel, and knowing that whoever's coming before you is the person that you're approving, or the group that you're approving. You're also just approving a location, and you have conditions that get assigned to that. So, I mean, we have on one side we have this prequel where we know that the applicants that are coming before us are the applicants that are actually going to be implementing building the facility or opening the facility. On the other hand,
approve the site, and eventually someone's going to show up that's going to want.
Yeah, you will not have. I think once you approve a facility, whether it's that individual or someone else, it's going to be 6 to 1. It could be 6 to 1.
It could not be a waste of time.
Right. But I think what that demands of you is to be very careful with your use approvals on that site. So in some ways you're looking at the applicant, but you're also really scrutinizing the location of the facilities, thinking that it may not be that person in front of you, it could be someone else. So it's kind of tricky that way.
That's what we do in literally every case. We say, this doesn't stay with the owner, it stays with the property.
But I think that sometimes plays into your decision-making about who's in front of you, and whether or not, you feel comfortable with them, and they're reliable, and So I think that's the tricky part with this, is that you have to go into that knowing that whoever's the applicant is may not be the applicant, that the person that ends up opening that business on that location, or that location eventually fails, and you're going to have a new applicant at some point in the future. But the odds of that are, once a land use approval has been granted, given the amount of interest that's out there, I would venture to guess that the odds are you've permanently approved that location, be it for that individual or someone else in the future. That may not be the case, but I think it is going to be dependent on you, because you will have multiple requests for every area to heavily scrutinize what you're getting and what you're looking at and how it works in the community.
Do you have concerns about this pushing out other development things that would come before the commission? I mean,
So I wanted to mention that we're actually, one of the policies that we'd be taking to the city commission next week would be to reserve some spots on each planning commission agenda for non-marijuana projects.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, and we could just add to the devil advocacy, in addition to the policy, I think Suzanne has a good point in that it's very difficult to determine who can come before you when it's just a land use request, and the pre-qualification sort of looks at who instead of what. So it's a little bit dicey in that way. To be sure, I mean, the administrative burden is real, and I mean, since the ordinance was adopted in July, we've essentially diverted at least 2.5 full-time equivalents to this project, full-time.
2.5, like what, FTEs?
FTEs, yep.
Basically, yeah, and including other departments, or not
Kristen's time.
And in discussions with other regulators, they've been saying, well, you need dedicated staff, if not a dedicated office. But I would suggest that that's real and that's important, but I don't think you need to worry about that. That's going to be on the city commission to determine how to administer that.
During budget season, though, if you want to mention to your commissioners,
well, so
that's fine.
It was mentioned that the state has brought in $5 million from this. Is the city realizing any income from it that could help pay for additional staff? I mean,
there will be some. There will be some revenues from fees and taxes.
But it's not as much as other states collect and give to their local units.
So you're not receiving anything from the state.
I'm sure revenue sharing will increase with this.
Yeah, right.
Right.
We'll see.
Trickle down, right?
There is a portion of some revenues. I mean, there is a portion of revenues that do come back after the excise tax on marijuana to local units. But when you talk to many local units that have been living in this, they will tell you that it doesn't cover the cost of between police, fire, planning, if it's the city clerk, attorneys, all of the resources that it takes with this industry. And ideally, over time, hopefully it smooths out. But from what we've been learning is it's, you'd hope you'd have this peak and then it starts to settle down. From all the conversations we've had, it doesn't really settle down. And
Settle a little bit, not that much.
not that much. And then the question is, well, and then if the feds get involved, then what does that do on top of everything else? So there's still a lot of questions about it, and there's states that are years ahead of us, and they're still struggling with it.
Just a brief note I wanted to mention for this commission reference the playing field discussion. The definition of school was actually taken from state law, MCL 333.7410, which is the state criminal law for peewit or possession with intent to distribute on school property. So that law defines school property as a building, playing field, or property used for school purposes to impart instruction to children in grades kindergarten through 12. When provided by public, private, denominational, et cetera, et cetera. So we didn't pull that out of thin air. There is some precedent for that elsewhere in state law.
Well, does that, there's ancillary use and there's primary use, and is there a way to include that language that would allow for something that's used 7 times a year and is not used as a primary use for instruction or educational purposes, where literally the addition of a two-word phrase or something could help us get clarity, or no?
That's certainly something, if that's your recommendation, that's something we can look into further. As with a lot of things involving marijuana, and particularly when you're getting into schools, it can get a little difficult, but if that's a recommendation, we can explore that further. So.
I think it's worth doing.
I think that would be our intent, primary use.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, it's that, and by the way, marijuana in the school is not, it's kind of like sex education. It's going to be there. The question is, what kind of controls do you have on it? You know, the sex education, the axiom is, do you want it taught on the playground or in the classroom? It's going to be taught.
No,
I suspect that there's a parallel to this.
Let's keep this going.
Oh, gosh.
Associate pastor, you didn't say that?
That's
Yes. Yes. I'm a different kind of pastor.
Yeah. Going back to the other points of clarification that Landon had brought up, the display conflict, venting conflict, I think those are worth figuring out so that we don't have those.
I guess the
conflicts
question I
in
have
the
for
text.
for the planning commission, if in the conflict and the staff can look at clarifying some of that language, what's more important to you, just from a feedback standpoint? Whether or not, I mean, Lara has some rules about whether or not you can see the marijuana, and Kristen, I don't know if you want to comment on that. You should have sat up front with us. We should have put you next to Tom. Of course, transparency from a crime prevention through environmental design standpoint, being able to see and be seen those windows are really important to us in an urban environment to, make passive enforcement of, it's a crime prevention technique. And so for us, we always look at how many windows can we get, and I think, Kristen, if you can kind of address this. We have seen examples. There's an example, I think it's at Farmington Hills, Landon, where they had like a frosted glass, or they had something that you could still see activity, but it was shielded with a second glass wall behind with it was frosted in the band area where you would have been able to see the marijuana product, but you could still see activity and light and see into the window. So I think there's some techniques that can be used
What's
where
the
you can get
purpose
both.
of not seeing it if you're going there to pick it up? I don't agree.
I think the idea is that the product isn't visible from the public way or the public place, which, again, we're not talking about MRTMA. That's actually a requirement in the MRTMA as well. There are regulations about the visibility of the product, and there are also regulations in terms of medical facilities about regulating sort of a two-entrance, so coming in, kind of having it locked, and having somebody escorted in. So I guess if you could express your preference, we'll have to double-check with LARA regulations to make sure whatever our ordinance says is not conflicting with LARA regulations.
Our intent, I believe, is crime prevention through transparency.
Right.
Is that enough to give you what you need to move forward with? Or no?
In other words, as much transparency as possible, is what I would say.
Okay, that helps, yes.
Okay.
And I would also ask, like, is the fear that there would be, like, the appearance or the advertising of product because of transparency, like window displays, like, look at how great our product is here.
Yeah, I guess I don't necessarily know the intent of the rules as to why they have it. I mean, it could just in part, if you're thinking of this as like a pharmacy or a medical center, you're sort of giving privacy to the patients. It might be one consideration, but again, that's kind of speculation on my part. So
Sure.
my biggest thing is I want to make sure that whatever we promulgate as rules are not going to run afoul of what LARA says the practitioners have to have on their property.
And again, I'm wondering if the additional of like minimal language can help us. We want as much as transparency as possible, and we don't want to encourage, in fact, we want to mitigate product advertisement to the exterior or to the public right of way.
You could have, if privacy for patients was a big concern, although we were saying like Walgreens, like, you might have the back, right, you've got that back area, but we could look at admin departures. We could have like a standard for windows, and then if it's a medical marijuana facility and there was something unique about it, that we could look at an admin departure because of that for medical. So we could think about that.
Or do we still need to check about pre-qualification?
I don't think we've
We did not decide.
landed on that, but
My notes, just to put my thoughts out there, I want to share Commissioner True's fears about the reality of cost and time and the resources, and also recognize that I think if there's a fence, I fall on the other side of it, because I'd like to see this new industry benefit our city, our residents, new business owners. I hate to think that communities of color are going to be impaired at yet another financial viable opportunity because of what feels like a pre-qualification requirement that is allowing for current people in power with resources and a 2-year head start in some cases to come into our city and benefit from a couple of loophole rules that are going to prevent the new entrepreneur or the smaller business owner or the local business owner or group to participate. So we heard a couple of public testimony on both sides of this, and right now I'd love to hear other people's thoughts, but I think eliminating the pre-qual but moving to the proof of submission lets us know someone is $6,000 serious and opens up the potential applicant pool to some of the smaller players. And again, I'm sort of reacting to what we heard, but I'm wondering where other people heard and thought.
On the one hand, if the state has a huge backlog, then the state needs to fix that and put more resources to it. Well, that's not really a consideration for me, I don't think, on the one hand. On the other hand, if it's truly the land use that we care about, where does the pre-qualification requirement come from in the first place? So, that's my
Yeah,
reaction.
we're both.
all right. Any other considerations?
Kristen, was there any other things that we needed their input on that you can think of, or anything that you wanted to provide for additional information?
Okay. Well then, would someone like to make a recommendation?
So if you were to make a motion, it would be, if you were to recommend the ordinance, I think just to recap, some of the things you'd want to say is that you'd like to direct staff to look at the definition of schools and whether or not there should be a primary and an ancillary expression related to playfields. I don't know what you want to do with prequal.
I don't know either.
Take our temperature before we make a motion.
Yeah. Let me, and then I'll summarize. You went to exempt vehicles when they're talking about outdoor storage. Transparency, you want as much transparency as so much as possible. But maybe we consider an admin departure for privacy if we need to for medical. And I think that's about it. That's all I got.
I feel I heard you two on one side, right? Okay with removing their prequal.
If I had to make the motion, I would leave it in, but I would support it.
Okay.
You would leave in what?
The requirement for pre-qualification, so not adjust the
Okay.
text as it currently stands.
It's so hard for this issue because, on the one hand, if someone comes before us just without the pre-qualifications, and we approve that location, and then it falls through, then you still automatically, for at least a year, tied up that whole buffer zone as well. So other properties that might have been able to apply are locations that could have been appropriate for the use cannot apply. So that also, I don't know.
Well, and the challenge with that is, especially if you're talking about patient access for medical marijuana, then if they're not pre-qualified, then you don't know when, there's going to be a lag in that process. So I think that was another concern that we heard. But
Okay.
you've got the other.
So am I hearing you want to leave it in?
Yeah, I'm leaning that way.
That's where you're leaning, Laurel?
Yeah.
No.
I would. I think I would probably support either way, I guess, at this point. That's not helpful. But
Remember, this is a recommendation to the city
Right.
commission who will do what they want.
That's true.
So
That's true.
if the record can show that there is,
On the
we're a
fence.
little waffling on this. What
Right.
do you think, Dr. Brame?
Waffle?
Okay. I prefer pancakes, but
French toast.
Where you? I would leave it in.
I'm okay leaving it in. I can see both sides.
Yeah.
I think for the reason of just tying things up, I'm a little anxious about removing it.
Sure.
There's a level of due diligence that goes into acquiring a license at the state
Yep.
level, and I think that that's part of it.
I just have the other concern of just filling up the agendas and halting other development within the city.
Yeah.
You know,
That's awfully selfish, though, Rick, to think of our time.
I heard Landon say that a recommendation to the city commission was going to be to leave room for non-marijuana related development.
That'll be in the policy, in a policy.
Right,
in a-
and I'm wondering if, I understand that it's different than this, but I'm also wondering if it makes more sense to recommend that no more than 50% of the hearings that we see in any given meeting go to that, rather than it's 6-1 or something like that. But I know that's a separate issue. I'd offer that for suggestion.
Okay.
I'd also throw in these wine and beer things at service station on the marijuana side, so that those combined would not take more than 50%.
Sure.
yeah.
Okay.
I still don't know where we are.
Well,
But
Oh, somebody's got to make a motion.
yeah, let's
I know.
make a motion, and then we can fight about it
yeah,
if we need to.
I'll make a motion that we leave that part in.
Okay.
And did you capture Suzanne's recap? So, make a motion, let's see, now therefore be resolved, the planning commission recommend that the city commission approve the proposed text amendments to the zoning ordinance for the following reasons. Proposed amendments are consistent with the purpose and intent of the master planning and zoning ordinance. because the proposed amendments will continue to permit and regulate commercial uses in designated mixed commercial zone districts and industrial uses in industrial zone districts. And because the proposed amendments are intended to complement existing land uses and not introduce land uses that are incompatible with existing zoning designations. And the proposed amendments will enhance the functionality or character of the future development in the city because the proposed amendments are intended to clarify and streamline the adopted regulations governing medical marijuana. Proposed amendments will enhance the natural features and environmental integrity of the city because state licensing and regulations will appropriately protect any adverse environmental impacts. And environmental concerns will also be addressed by incentives to be considered by the City Commission. Proposed amendments will protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because appropriate use regulations have been incorporated into the proposed amendments to mitigate potential negative impacts, including separation distance requirements. Proposed amendments are needed to correct some errors or omissions in the original text because several items were found in the adopted ordinance that were redundant, contrary to other regulations, or required clarification, and the proposed amendments address those. Proposed amendments will address a community need in physical or economic conditions or development practices because the proposed amendments will allow for the appropriate and consistent administration of this newly established industry. The proposed amendments will not result in the creation of significant nonconformities in the city because there have not been any licensed marijuana facilities yet established that would become nonconforming due to the proposed amendments. And then to further clarify our intentions regarding the text amendments. So as proposed, with the clarifications as expressed by Suzanne, and with specifically the pre-qualification requirement left intact.
Okay. So we have a motion. Anyone support it?
I'm supportive, and I have a question.
Well, you have support to discuss.
I do support it.
Okay.
When you say pre-qualification left in, I just get a little confused because are we leaving in the removal of the pre-qualification, or are we saying?
We're adjusting what these proposed text amendments are. So we are amending the amendment to take out the language about the pre-qualification removal. Does that make sense?
So
Lots of negative positives.
You would have to be pre-qualified.
You have to be pre-qualified to be heard here is what is being, that was the motion.
We're leaving it as
You're-
written.
Right.
We're leaving
Thank
that
you.
portion as written in the current ordinance. Okay, so we have a motion and support. Any other discussion? All those,
There-
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I know. There was one thing we didn't talk about, and I don't know if we need to, so tell me yes or no. A potential waiver was recommended for neighborhoods through an engagement process, not our issue? Or our issue?
So I believe that, if my understanding is correct, that's a good one to bring up. The zone, residential zone districts, right now is a required 1,000-foot separation distance, and the city commission opted to not have that listed in the potential waivers. So they said waivers are fine for parks, parks, rehab facilities, and churches. They left in no waivers are allowed for schools, residentially zoned properties,
Other marijuana facilities.
and other marijuana facilities. So the suggestion during public testimony was to take from the not allowed to be waived to put residential zone districts into the may be waived column.
And we did not discuss that, but I was wondering if something is like arduous as like 90% and the proximity waiver of like voluntary residential owner or occupants, if there was a community, given the current election we just witnessed, who said like, we're okay with it, should there be a potential waiver? I'm not saying that we should allow it, but should there be a potential
We're going to
waiver?
have to define voluntary then, because I think that that's going to come into play potentially.
Okay. I should have brought this up earlier, but it was in my notes and I missed it.
It's worth bringing up.
I'm fine with not.
So like no way.
Not including
Fine
it
with
in
them.
this.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Motion, support. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Well, the motion carries.
Did he second the motion?
I told you I had a question.
All right.
That's okay. I think most of it is fantastic.
Great. Okay. Any parting
Just to
shots?
clarify, the suggestion about emergency ventilation, the negative air pressure, except for in cases of emergency ventilation, is that okay to proceed? I just want to
Yes,
clarify.
that makes sense.
Vehicles you covered.
Yep.
Okay, I think we're good.
Yep. Okay. Any other business before public comment?
I do want to mention one more thing that Rick brought up that I didn't want to raise during the ordinance discussion, but it does have an impact, I think, in general development patterns in the city, and a concern that I've had. Given the strong interest in the marijuana industry, and we have property owners that are being approached by the industry, and cash offers, or property owners are recognizing that their property is worth more now because of the speculation than it would be once an approval is granted, or somebody else is approved and then the property doesn't have any value beyond what it's the normal. And so there is a lot of property acquisition happening right now, and which is well above, the prices are well above what the market would usually ask. And what happens to those properties that don't get approved? If they're well above the market, and then do they end up sitting there? What happens to them is a concern I have. So it's nothing that you can do about it, but I just mention that because long-term, will there be long-term effects? Will some of these properties just end up sitting there vacant or underutilized, or impede development in the future because they weren't approved and we have a different, it was bought on speculation. So we always have that risk, but I think it's more pronounced given the amount of money that's involved in some of these acquisitions. Usually the going rate, I usually hear it's about double of what it would normally go for. It's significant.
Well, and let's hope that if we leave the pre-qualification in, that we're avoiding some of that where we don't think that it'll be approved in the long run.
Yeah. So it's a tricky. The whole thing is a very tricky thing. Unrelated, you have one meeting next month on the 13th, December 13th, and you will have a full agenda. So we also have a new member joining us, but you'll have I think 7 items on your agenda. Okay.
All right.
We
Open.
want to set up a marijuana commission and a beer and wine commission.
Yeah. You can't, once recreational, you could be like a vice commission.
Yeah.
You could have
A sub-commission.
I'll open up the public comment period. Anyone has any comments? Yeah, please come forward and state your name and. Yep, got to do all that, and then keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Quick comment, Brian Chenard, we have an app into the state. We put it in February, so I feel like we were one of the first ones to put it in, and we're still not approved and through that process. We're not delaying answering any questions that Laura has, but they're moving people up based on simplicity of apps. So if it's a single person, they might go ahead of us, and we're pushed back in the line. People already open are going first, we're pushed back in line. So I understand the pre-qual, I think that's great, but I think then you should accept applications at a later date. Because we're almost going to be a year before we're approved at all. And so, then we haven't done anything to hold up that process. So, on our end. So, and I mean, if a special land use is granted, obviously then you'd be granting it with somebody that's already approved. If you're granting it with somebody that's not approved, then you got a year time to get it, so I understand that, but I think it's better that you're granting a special land use that somebody's already approved. So I think that's a plus on your side as well. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good evening again. Eric Foster, Banks Company Campus Practice Group. I do want to make mention where, with respect to if you're approved for your step 1, 67 provisioning center applicants were approved for step 1, submitted for step 2. Only 40 were approved right now. 3 Class A growers were approved for their step 1, submitted for step 2. 2 were denied. With the Class C growers, it's 11 approved, 2 denied, 8 processors approved, 0 denied, 3 secure transporters approved, none denied, and 4 safety testing facilities approved, none denied. But getting back to the point, where you have the number of over 800 that are paid, but also those that are in the queue as well that have submitted their application, and maybe they just hasn't been recorded or updated within the LARA system because it was as of November 2nd, as I mentioned with a couple of our clients. Just getting pre-qualification approval does not guarantee that you're going to get state approval. There are certain things you're not going to be able to control. There's a economic dynamic to speculation and development that happens that you can't control. But what you can do, and there are other communities that have some provisions built into their approval process, wherein if the group doesn't get approval on a state level, then they have recourse to look at that particular approval that they did on a local level and or the related land use that ties to that, and have options for addressing potentially either other applicants that may want to come in or that other development opportunities. So you don't have to necessarily tie bar yourselves to a belief that, well, pre-qual is a guarantee that they'll be approved, and or that we don't have any other possible options to look at for the disposition of land if they're denied. Because if they're approved for pre-qual and still denied, you're still in the same situation. So just wanted to add that for context. Thank you.
So 100% as a resident of Grand Rapids. I live in Creston. My name's Annette Vandenberg, and one of the things that I think might be helpful for our commissioners to consider with properties that have been vacant, because we have thousands of properties that have been vacant for more than 5 years in our city. And so we have stock that is not being developed, stock that's not being rented out. And I know just on my street alone, we had a house sit vacant for 8 years. And so if there was some sort of vacancy fee structured based on the number of years it's vacant, so the longer it sits vacant, the higher the fee is, that might spur people to get rid of their properties faster than sit on them or develop them more quickly. That's my thoughts.
Which New York City is talking about doing that.
Yeah, and
vacancy tax.
I think the city commission's interested in that in general for commercial properties. So, thank you.
Just to update you on some of the numbers, the numbers for people who have set up for licensing for LARA, so they've gone for their pre-qualification and licensing or gotten pre-qualification first, they're at 37% attrition rate right now. That has gone up by about 5 to 7% in the last 2 months. The pre-quals are at over 60% are being thrown out at this point. So it has gone up from that 42% in the last 2 months to over 60%. So you are looking at some significant issues. I personally don't have an opinion on whether you should take pre-qual or not. I see, like a lot of you, there's a significant balancing act to providing opportunities to people in your community to get involved in this, and at the same time the administrative pressures on this are going to be pretty immense. So that's all. Thank you for your considered time, and thank you so much for the amount of effort and thought you're putting into this.
Thanks, Jason.
To add to your point, as far as the usage of the playing field, okay, I'm completely on board with adding a definition to school and whatnot. However, if Hausman Field is truly not a school, and by the new language that will completely take our site, out of zoning in that, and we have no chance of even appealing or applying for a waiver. That's all I'm asking, is to have the the language that at least identify or give the chance to even to look into this particular facility on a one-by-one basis, even if it goes under review. So, okay, thank you.
Jim wants it was house too.
In Jim's house.
And we did discuss primary and ancillary use.
Yeah, and that's, you've asked staff to look at that, and so that will be.
Anyone else? All right, I'll close the public comment period. Anything else, commissioners?
I think that's the most public comment you have ever had
No.
at the end of a planning commission
Oh, at the end, yeah, I was going to say.
Ever.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, like after, yeah.
Speaking of education, my kids, Austin and Adeline, just got an education on Medical Marijuana Act, so thank you for that. We're adjourned.
Do they have to watch?